You go back and look at your response. Go back and listen to your response.
That's good stuff. It looks good. It says cell phone number.
You are the master of
I'd like to call the meeting to order. If everyone would take their seats, please.
Person to start with. If there's something that we can, you know.
Gary, ready to start.
Sometimes you get a really.
Thank you, George.
Hey, we appreciate you all being here. We'd like to call to order this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council. We are meeting in the city conference room. The time is 12:32, and the date is Tuesday, January 17th. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo City Council, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. Please be aware that the microphones in the room pick up the noise of paper and other rustling objects. Further, be aware that the microphones can pick up side conversations. We'd like to start with the roll call then. Start with you.
Mr. Strachan. Brian Jones.
David Harding.
Elizabeth Van Orken,
Dave Connect.
Dave Sewell.
Kelsey Garba,
Dave Winterton.
Wayne Parker.
And we'll note that for the moment, Kim Santiago and Mayor Curtis are excused. Are we expecting them to be?
Yes.
All right. First item of business. We have three, and welcome Ms. Santiago. We have three sets of minutes to be approved. July 19th, 2016, the Council Airport Board joint meeting, the December 6th work meeting, and the January 3rd work meeting. Mr. Chair. Are there any of those that we need to discuss? Oh, yes, I skipped that. Thank you. Very important. Mr. Parker?
I assumed it was intentional since it's the first time I've been asked to give an opening.
Our Father in heaven, we are thankful to be gathered today in this meeting. We are respectful of the responsibility that has been given to us as appointed and elected officials to conduct the business of the city of Provo in a way which would be pleasing to thee and which would serve the best needs of our residents and enhance and improve even further the quality of life that we enjoy here. We recognize how blessed we are and pray that the actions that are taken today by the council will be in accordance with thy will, and which will direct, again, improvements and greater blessings for the people who you serve. We recognize that many of our employees today are at risk with the jobs they have, and we ask thy blessing to be upon them, that they'll be safe in the fulfillment of their duties and responsibilities. Again, we're grateful to live in this community in which we live and for the blessings that are accorded to us because of our residency here. And we pray for thy spirit to enlighten and improve our ability to engage in things that are most important. And we do it in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Parker. And thank you, Mr. Jones, for helping me out there. Mr. Connect, outgoing chair, Santiago, please feel free to jump in and on get my sea legs under me here and figure out how all this works. So, thank you. So I was about to ask on any of those three minutes, are there any that we need to discuss? Is everyone get a chance to get them? Sorry.
Yeah, I apologize for not kind of getting it out sooner, but for our minutes from 2 weeks ago, discussing I don't remember which item it was, but it was on the Scott's Corner item. There were some conversations, some dialogue there that I thought would be good to have in the record. I had expressed willingness to consider the rezone if it generally complies with the policies, and that wasn't captured. There was some reasoning that was given that Scott's Corner came before the council before the committee was formed, and so felt like it deserve some special consideration. I'd like to get those two bits of the conversation captured in the minutes if that's possible.
Might I suggest then with the lengthiness of those changes that we just have Mr. Harding.
Sounds good to me. There's no objections from you, Alan. How about the other two?
I just have one question about the joint meeting. And were the corrections made, the last sentence on page 1, where the first 2 millionaire?
That was
Millionaires.
correct.
Yeah, that was corrected. And then also just I was just
Oh.
I think it was.
I will check that. I wasn't.
NG or something. I just.
Spelling.
That was the
Okay. Are there any other corrections that need to be discussed? Not, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes as they are with additional spelling corrections. Just
The two meetings.
the 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, a second. Santiago, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Let's move on to item number 1, which is a discussion on incentivizing quality infill, and this was carried over from our development approval process committee retreat.
I'll look through this pretty quickly and then allow you to ask questions and give me the instruction that you think is appropriate. Before we talk about incentivizing the quality infill, I'd like to try to get an idea of what our understanding of quality infill is. I'll go through some things I would hope we can all agree on and some factors that maybe should define what quality infill is. But ultimately, that's the direction I'm asking from you, is help me understand what your understanding of that is. I think it's probably one of those terms that's hard to define because it means different things in different areas of the city. Quality infill in a pioneer neighborhood is different from quality infill in one of the other neighborhoods, one of the pioneer neighborhoods. But I would hope that we would recognize it when we see it. I would hope we would agree that when somebody wants to build a single-family home in a pioneer neighborhood, that's quality infill. I would hope that we can agree that when somebody wants to take a single-family home that's already been divided into apartments, and they want to convert it back into a single-family home, especially in a pioneer neighborhood, that's quality infill. When someone is putting money into a downtown building to either reuse it or improve it, that's what we would say is quality infill. When a downtown property is being redeveloped. Some characteristics of quality infill I would suggest would include appropriate buffering to the uses that are already there. Perhaps this is a housing niche that is needed here in Provo. Sensitivity to neighborhood issues. Potential that this might open to occupancy violations should be considered. Some projects we've had come in recently are in a process right now that I think are noteworthy. The first one is property where Tommy Burgers is right now. So this is 100 North, this is 400 West, and Tommy Burgers right here on this corner. The rest of the property is pretty well vacant. There's a few tables on the south side of the actual restaurant. There's a house that belongs to the property owners right here. That house lot runs all the way back. They came in and visited with our CRC about redeveloping this property, and their first proposal was to rebuild Tommy Burger on this corner of the property as a separate building from the rest of the property. And that makes a lot of sense for them because if they can relocate the restaurant, and then do the building, the restaurant business is never interrupted. But after meeting with the CRC, we really encouraged them to incorporate the commercial use into the building itself. And if they could keep it on the same corner where it is now, that would actually, in our opinion, produce a better product. What they're proposing is to redevelop the property. That's Tommy Burger there at the corner. and 12 residential units. Some things that we think make it noteworthy or something the city should get behind, city staff at least, is that the property is certainly underutilized now. The proposal here is for a true mixed-use building. I don't think I copied right. Not getting any slides past this one. There should be about 10 more slides. Here's the thumb drive. So it's like 12 residential units in a mid-rise building, and they're giving us exactly what we want, or what I think we want in our downtown redevelopments. Their smallest unit is 875 square feet, this unit. The others are 993, 991, all of that 990 area. They're all 2-bedroom units. Originally, this is in a downtown zone, downtown 1 zone, and originally the downtown zones had an 800 square foot average as a unit size minimum. Remember that number was taken out when 63 East was done, but they're above that ordinance requirement we had a couple of years ago. Just different elevations. So when this came into the CRC last week, one of the discussions we had as a staff was, okay, this is a project that is giving us all the things that we want, checking the boxes for downtown redevelopment. What can we do as a staff to help get this through the process in the fastest manner we can? You remember from the retreat last week, one of the main points Dave Gardner made was how important timing is to a developer, okay? The staff is going to make a conscious effort of recognizing these in our CRC meetings and trying to help those that are giving us what we want, helping them out going through the process. Another thing I like about this development is our topic here is incentivizing downtown or infill development. They haven't asked for any incentives from the city. They're not asking for any kind of CDA help. They're not asking for any break on fees. They're coming in the front door and doing everything exactly like we would ask them to do, the way we would want them to do. This is up on 3700 North. Okay, this is the site of the Lutheran Church. It's been there for many years. So it's west of University Avenue on 3700 North. So it'll be just a small infill development. This is what the new buyer would like to do, just 10,000 square foot lots. And that certainly is in keeping with the neighborhood. The same property could be used for other product types. And I think we would have been supportive of that. These are just twin homes, like Perry Homes is building. And these are more of a pocket neighborhood type style home and type of development. Both have their value in the neighborhood. This would introduce some housing types that aren't there now, but I'm sure the neighbors are very satisfied to just get large lots in the neighborhood also. Recognize the the city jail site, I'm sure. These are twin homes that have just been laid out by staff. These are single family lots that all meet at least 8,000 square feet. So those are just two alternatives that the staff tried to put together because we were trying to come up with what would a potential value of the property be. This is up on 4800 North and University. So that's 48 right there. Riverwood's across the street. University Avenue's right over here. I think they've done a good job on this in buffering the surrounding uses. These are 10,000 square foot lots. And of course, there are large lots across the street that have been there for many years. Those were built in the county originally. That's 4750 Street. One single family home right there, which is relocating a property owner who now lives on one of these lots, relocating him here so that his land can be incorporated into the plan. And then again, mid-rise apartment units. A large part of their parking is underground, so it frees up space for them to have decent amenities within the development.
Bill?
Yes.
How many?
250 or so units, if I remember. It's just under the medium density threshold of 30 units to the acre, so 250, 260, somewhere around there. Yes.
So you said that was under the MDR limit.
Yes.
So it is an MDR, and is that university just?
This is 48. That's university.
Right across the street from them.
Riverwoods is right there.
Riverwoods, okay, and then university would be.
Riverwoods is right there. That's the trail that goes right along University. That's the trail.
That was the tech development project that they brought to.
That's right. So they've made formal submittal. This is going through the city process, and you'll be seeing it because they're going to need to amend the pro zone that was put there before I came over to the city, so 8 or 9 years ago.
And no commercial on the corner that they talked about in the northeast.
That's right. One of the outcomes of the neighborhood meeting was the neighborhood really didn't like a commercial use south of 48. So they took that out from that neighborhood input.
Bill, on that development, were they like to trade with the theater? Are you aware they were in the trade with this property for the theater property?
There's some relationship going on between this and the theater property, yes. I'm not exactly sure what that is.
The owner of this is actually the owner of the property, the theater. They're trying to work that out. So
And then this is a development that recently went to a neighborhood meeting at 3700 North here in University there. The little veterinary hospital is right here. So these are townhomes that would be in the high 300s to mid 400 price range. So talk about automotive, retail use, and then office space. That should not say retail. That's a mistake on the plan. That's office space. I was at the neighborhood meeting where this was presented, and there was more neighborhood support at that neighborhood meeting on this plan than any plan I've ever seen in the neighborhood so far. As you know, there's been more plans on this property than we can number. There's been a lot. This one was well received. It wasn't unanimous by any means, but there was more neighborhood support than opposition in that neighborhood meeting.
So this addresses any ingress, egress issues with the street?
Yeah, one of the good things this does is it moves this intersection here as far to the east as possible, so it lines up with a drive aisle for the bank and office space across the street. Right now, the access point is really back here for this property, but by combining this property with the homes there, two Faulkner brothers, I believe, combining all their property, it allows that intersection to be moved as far to the east as possible, which will give the most stacking room for cars stacking here, which is a big concern of the neighborhood.
Well, that's your neighborhood, more than that.
We'll be talking about that real soon. We don't need to get into that right now.
So these are just some of the plans we have in the process now. That to me would be the type of infill development that I would see some value and I would see some merit in. But one of the questions to you is there something we're not considering, something we're overlooking, something we're valuing that you think we shouldn't value? So first help me describe or help me understand what you feel quality infill development is. And then after that, if you have any input on incentives, other than the timing factor, which we can control as a staff, that would be our first pass.
First thing, you mentioned the smallest apartment was, what, 940 or what number?
The smallest one on the Tommy Burger site was 875.
875. Okay, and how is staff feeling about that, especially in relationship to what we have before the planning commission now, where we're looking for some guidance on that bottom end number?
I think this exceeds what the bottom end number will be. Staff has been talking about going back to that 800 square foot average, and then probably having some kind of language that if you have units that are less than some threshold, 400 square feet, 350 square feet, we'll pick a threshold. If you have a unit less than that, then it has to be built as a micro unit. And we'll have a description and a checklist of what a micro unit is. Micro unit means that the furnishings are such that they're used for more than one thing. A Murphy bed folds up into providing a desk, or the desk can be converted into a dining table. There in a micro unit, you want pretty large windows and you want high ceiling, so it doesn't feel so small. So that's the direction that we're going now, and the conversation we just had with Planning Commission at their study session last week.
So you're going more for an average apartment size?
Yeah, if we have an average minimum, then I think that's going to address the potential for single room occupancy, because I don't think you'll be able to have very many 200 or 300 square foot units. Those have to be offset by 900, 1,000 square foot units. So I think that's going to help that. Then I think when you couple that with suggestions that will come forth in terms of the parking ratio, I think that will alleviate some of the concerns that we have going forward.
Okay, and then the other question I had on this one is, if they do it this way, how long will the business be closed? Because how will they do business?
They're going to open their food truck. They're going to go back to their food truck. So their business will not, the restaurant won't be functioning, but their food truck will. They'll put it on site and they'll use it there on site.
Okay.
The thing that I like, and it's scary to a lot of people, when we talk about quality infill, I think a lot of times in our back of our minds, we thought infill means the same thing that's next door. And I think it's time that we open our minds to some other things that may not necessarily be the exact same thing that's next door when we talk about infill. And I appreciate what's going on here. I think it's a great change, an opportunity.
Yeah, the Lutheran Church piece is an example of something that could have been something different for the neighborhood, a new product type in the neighborhood that could have had some merit. But the plan that's coming forward with the 9 detached lots, I haven't been aware of any neighborhood meetings on this, but I'm sure the neighborhood is very happy with that.
But again, that's the same thing that's there.
Yeah.
And I really think that we need to open our vision to different types of housing, and not just think because it's next door, it has to be the same thing right there next door with the infill. So I appreciate the vision that some of these things are showing.
I just met this morning with a millennial who works for PEG, who has just sold his townhouse in Provo and wants to buy a single family home, but he likes something in the 2,000 square foot range and just a single family house, and he's just having a really hard time finding it in Provo. And he says his parents are looking for the exact same house. They're ready for move down housing, and they want the same house he's ready to move into as a millennial. So he was just asking a meeting we just had about potential places you could do something like that.
let me jump on this and then some broader. But I wonder if it would be helpful to have some cheerleaders for this, because it's easy to accept what we know. It's not something scary to say, okay, well, I've never had experience with this before, so what is it going to do to my neighborhood? But if he had that millennial and his parents go to a neighborhood meeting and say, we'd love to live in your neighborhood, but your housing stock doesn't have anything that we're looking for, this development could have a component to it that would meet our needs. This is something that you would be willing to support. I think you might get better traction than if just one developer comes in and says, you know, hey, I want to do this. Sometimes putting the human face to it, I think, definitely, you know, has some different impacts. Love the Tommy Burger concept. I think that matches the vision that we have for DT1. So I love it. Go on to the next one. You know, I think my comments recently just, you know, kind of suggests that it would be nice to see some different housing types for different stages in life. And I think our residents, if they understand and if it's done well, which is critical. I think it's so easy to point to places where it's not been done well, and I think it turns a lot of people off. Where if something could be done well, that would provide some of these different housing types, I think our residents would be glad that it's done, at least once it's done. Go on, same kind of idea here as the last one. Go on. This one, my final thought would be on this one, and you kind of said it at the beginning. You know, hopefully we just know it when we see it. When we look at quality infill, and I have not been involved on all the proposals that have gone for this area, and I think there's a lot to like about this particular proposal, but to me, this does not scream, hey, this is quality. Hey, this is going to have a good neighborhood feel. Maybe it's the color scheme, or I don't know, but having an island there surrounded by asphalt and hardly any sidewalk, I mean, to me, that doesn't feel neighborhoodly. Not that that's a word, but anyway, just talking about, you know it when you see it. I look at this and I say, you know, there's definitely some good things here, but I don't know if some slight changes or whatever might really make it feel more like a place that someone would want to live long term, and maybe less of some, you know, place to land for a couple of years. But that's just my gut reaction when I look at that.
I apologize for not having the elevations or renderings of the housing product type. I think that did a lot to assuage concerns from the neighborhood. The quality of the building, the materials, the size of them. I think the neighborhood felt pretty good about that. They saw that as a good, my reaction watching the meeting was they felt like that was a good transition from these heavier uses to single family uses there. That was a good transition and buffer between the two.
Maybe that's what it is it feels like it's just a buffer that was stuck in there to separate uses rather than, and I don't want to be too critical based on one picture, but if there was some way to integrate it into the neighborhood that's just above, you know, off the boundary to the top, so it was more integrated into the neighborhood and less attached to university and these higher intensity uses. Anyway, just you wanted our reaction. That's my gut reaction when I look at that. It seems to be missing just a little bit from what I'd like to see its quality.
Mr. Stewart?
I think our reaction is so much better than anything else we've ever seen for there. That's why the neighborhood is so excited about it, because basically we've had car washes or lubrication stores or gas stations. This is, I think, tonight, of course, more immediate interest right there. I think it's wonderful.
Or there have been proposals for pretty high density residential there.
So I can't see what's surrounding it, so I don't know if there's any way to, there's a road that just stubs out, looks like to the east. So there's no connectivity into the neighborhood by design.
There's not a way to do that. These are single-family homes backing up to the property. I think back here is this Beardall, back of Beardall. So that is a residential piece that has a cul-de-sac coming in from the side. 3,900, is that what that is, Dave? It's 3,900.
We don't want to give rid of that
University
connectivity.
about there, and that ties into this neighborhood.
Okay,
That's.
just want to, and if the neighborhood likes it, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
But I just have to wonder, sometimes we want more ways to get places.
They don't want
Cut through.
cut through the end of it, so that's
This is
the
traffic
issue.
coming through the neighborhood that's been sleeping
They want
for
this
a
one to be
while.
highlighted.
See that neighborhood.
So Bill, this originally started as kind of a way to consider incentivizing development that we want, the quality infill. Are there impediments in the code that you want us to look at, or are there specific suggestions that you have for us to consider in this area?
Well, it goes back to the two columns of legislative actions that infill projects that would require legislative approval, like at 4800 North University, they're gonna have to come to you for an amendment to the pro zone. Then there's the administrative ones. I would say most of the infill projects are administrative and can be handled through staff. I think we need to have more frequent conversations in CRC about what is infill we should be getting behind and then doing that. We've got a very small infill project, 3 residential lots, 2 lots are already built on. It's on its 8th review by the staff. Dave Carney told you what about 12 or 15 reviews that he went through. We as a staff, I think, need to do better than that. We need to not put somebody on such a small infill piece that we should see value in. We've got to somehow get them through this with less pain.
Not to belabor the point on this particular development, but was there a reason why they didn't have the road go on the outside and have all of the homes fronting, kind of in the middle with the front of their homes, not being the garage as you're approaching, you know what I mean? Mostly, from what I've seen lately, we've wanted the home to front the street and the garage to be in the back, on the back side. Was there a reason why they didn't do the road around the perimeter of the property and have all of the homes front onto a common space, or make it all sort of connect that way? Or was it just wasn't enough connectivity? What was the thought behind how they did that?
I'm really not sure. The housing product is John Dester's, and he has been doing this for so many years. He lays these out himself. And he usually looks at the product type, and then based on the product type, he lays it out what seems to make the most sense to him. But I'm not sure that.
Jim, was to get that road as far east as you could. That was one of the reasons they really wanted that.
But she's saying, why didn't you just bring the road?
All the way around the
And
perimeter,
then
the very perimeter of the property, and have all the homes face like a green space or something. where
I've seen the pocket neighborhood design.
Right, so that the road goes around the entire perimeter of the property rather than cutting through the middle and leaving that island. I don't know. Just a thought, but I didn't know if there was thinking behind that, and the reason why they didn't look at something like that.
Sorry.
Especially where you have the business on one side, so that their driveways could maybe face the business side where you just got a parking lot anyway, and the homes sort of face the middle. Or the front side.
These are 3-story units where the garage is on the bottom level. And there's stairs going up to the main level you would live on. So that's actually the backyard,
Okay.
the backyard area. But I understand what you're saying about flipping it around and doing it the other way. Yeah.
And it can be done nicely. In the Riverwoods, they've done it really well too. I mean, just like you say, it depends on the design. It can be done nicely, but.
So Bill, we're just about out of time on this item, but is there a motion that we're looking for, or is there an action that you'd like us to consider taking, or is this?
No, I think we'd just like you to continue thinking about this issue of not just incentivizing infill, but what that means to you. And if you would just email me your thoughts, that would be really helpful. I'd be happy to share those thoughts with the CRC.
Mr. Connect pulled out a lot of language out of the general plan and Vision 2030 that talks about anything that had to do with the West Side Planning Committee. And one of the things that was talked about there was incentivizing infill, encouraging infill rather than necessarily converting all of our greenfield space over to residential. And so that's kind of got me thinking about this. And I think one way to incentivize, but not necessarily like through grants or whatever, but one way to incentivize is to require really high quality development in the greenfield space. Look at what are the principles that are going to give us the best development there, and sometimes that's going to be difficult to accomplish until maybe certain people are ready to sell. You might have to accumulate enough land to do it all together, and some of these things. And we talked about connectivity out there. To do that, a lot of pieces have to come into play in together, and that can be difficult to do. But when it's done, it gets really high quality development. By requiring those things, it may slow things down. Some people may want to develop, they may not be able to develop right then, or others may have an idea, but it doesn't fit in with that, and so they're not able to move forward with it. That in itself can help incentivize the infill development of other property. If staff and if the council's willing to say, hey, you came in and you're saying, hey, let me do this project. I have some land tied up and I want to do it. And yeah, it doesn't meet any of these things, but I put money down on it and I'm in jeopardy of losing my investment on this. Just let me do it. Then I think some of the infill becomes less. It's easier to do out there than it is in the infield. So just by setting high standards and being willing to stick with the high standards on the greenfield, I think that in and of itself will incentivize some of these infill projects.
Thank you. I think we better move on to the next item. So as I understand, the request is if any of us have additional comments about ways to incentivize quality infill or what quality infill looks like, please email them to Bill. Thank you very much, Bill. Okay, let's move on to item number 2, an introduction to the new budget format. This item is to be presented by
So while Kelsey brings this up, I'll just convey to you kind of a little bit about what this, some controlling some expectations of what we're going over in this presentation. A lot of it is related to Provo 360 and the implementation process and some of the changes that will take place under the new financial system. And as a consequence, it's an opportunity for us to re-examine how we've done things in the past. So there we go. So through this Provo 360 project, I've been heavily involved in, as well as other parts of finance, and we have to completely redesign our entire accounting structure. It's every aspect of the financial system, and looking at it from the ground up. And I think it's been a good opportunity for us to make some changes. And that what we have done is we took this opportunity to meet with directors and then to discuss specifically the types of things that they do and suggest changes for how we might track those as new programs or functions in the new system. So as a consequence, what we've done is we're adding many programs or functions to many areas of the city that previously only had a few. But to give you an idea of kind of what we're doing is we've tried to make things as similar as we can. So we still have a fund code, and we had in the past an org number that is staying as similar as we can keep it. And we had account numbers, and now we're using a similar, much of it is, you'll see, will be very similar numbers. But what it really means is that for this new fiscal year 2018, we will be going live at the very beginning of the fiscal year. So what I'm responsible for is we're gonna have to go, we're gonna budget in the new system, we're gonna use that as our new accounting system, so we have to make changes to the process that we're doing, but without the whole system being live. For instance, so this is a partial launch, HR won't go live for a few months, we won't have work orders, we won't have a few pieces that will help inform a lot of the changes that we're making. But this is a ground up, if you remember the detail sheets that were distributed last year as part of the 17 budget process, every single line in that I have to manually redo because it's a new number, it's a new system, we're changing accounts. We've consolidated some accounts, and we're getting more detail because we're getting this job costing module in conjunction with the work order module will give us a greater degree of detail with the types of things that we're doing. But I wanted to give you a few examples of what we've done in the past compared to what we're planning on doing for this new year budget cycle. So this last year, we reported, it was a change from the year before even, but we reported on what were the org numbers or the functions throughout the city. Now the municipal council in the past has only been a single org or function. The same with these other departments, which is why they were grouped together, because it felt wasteful to have an entire page for a single line. So I grouped them together here, but you'll see now that after meeting with Cliff, we've kind of gone over what are the functions or the programs that the city council engages in. So under the 2018 budget, what we'll do, and I apologize if this is too low for some of you, but there's 3 areas now that the council's budget will be divided between. There's a council administration, council legislation, and then public relations as well. So you'll see we don't actually have any history for this because this is new and it will be the case across the city, but that will divide the budget, and these are just example placeholder numbers to give you an idea that going forward, we'll have a greater degree of detail when we report our budget to you and to the public, so that hopefully you'll have a better idea of what are the things the city council is spending its money on, and how does that break down compared to their total cost. Another more comprehensive example is administrative services. So this is the department that John is the director over. You'll see that we have the human resources department is a single line, but finance has broken out pretty good detail, and IS has 2. And you'll find that this is a case around the city that some areas had a lot of detail, some areas had very few lines that we were reporting. But under the new system, I think you're going to be pleased. I think that there's a much more robust breakdown of the things that HR does. For instance, this administration will only cover kind of overhead and general administration costs for HR, but these are the different things that HR does. They administer benefits, they perform recruitment, they have to process payroll, they do classifications for jobs, they manage workers' compensation, and they also do training. So that by reporting the budget and dividing it into these areas, you as a council will have a better idea of what we're spending money on for payroll, processing payroll, what we're spending money on for recruitment. And hopefully it will be a more transparent way of explaining to the public and to you about the programs or the functions that the city is engaging in. Finance is going to stay largely the same. We've actually added 2 areas, this grants and accounts payable, to better reflect, again, the types of activities that we do. Myself and one of our accountants, we do spare a fair amount of time working on grants, and so it makes sense for us to break that detail out. The same way that accounts payable is kind of a discrete portion of the activities that we do in finance. Now, similarly, information systems is broken down in a greater degree of detail. Prior, they had 2 areas. They had an administration and a phone system. Now they're broken down into what is it that IS does? Well, IS operates a help desk. They manage our information systems. They manage our communications, including our telephone lines. They have a GIS function. There's other miscellaneous technology, and then information security. So that by dividing the budget in this way, we hope that you can assess better how these activities align with the council's goals and priorities.
This allows us to budget priority much better than we've been in the past, because some of those things under priority, we can say, well, we really don't want to fund it,
Exactly right. Yeah, and I think that's our hope is the transparency of the activities that each of these areas are engaging in.
My reaction was a little bit different. The way that I understood kind of the general priorities-based budgeting was that instead of breaking it down by task, it's broken down more by project. So but it's been a while, so I may be really rusty on this, but I mean, I love the greater detail. I'm very happy with the greater detail, but this to me looks more like a traditional type of budgeting than a budgeting for outcomes type budget. But
Because you still don't know what of those administrative costs are going to a certain priority. Does that make sense?
I think our
That function, but it's not broken down into, this is the, what's behind this program, and they're moving this program forward.
I think our intent is to work with this council staff over this coming budget cycle, and I think try to accommodate as much as we can as far as the way that we present it and communicate those relationships between priorities and
But it
organizations.
doesn't go to task because it talks about benefits as a task, recruitment as a task, payroll as a task. But in fact, it's something I've never seen before in a Provo City budget. Is something I'm more used to in business. It's more a business model, at least for me.
The thing I would say is this is going to evolve. You know, it's a pretty big change from what we were doing before, and I don't think we're going to figure it all out initially, but hopefully this is at least a step in the right direction, and we are trying to look at each of the departments and what they do and what their functions are and be able to budget and account for that.
We usually, one of the goals of the city is to have better employees. I'm not saying we don't, but then you go to these departments, you would spend on recruitment. It really gives you the ability to take these from various departments and put them into a single category. Well, right now we have no idea. So I think it does actually, David, take us to where you could at least have more information to assign to a particular project.
great, yeah. I mean, there's no question. We'll have more detail. So.
The intention, as I understand with 360, is to be able to do better job costing as well in terms of some of the projects that come up. So that'll be when you start doing deep dives into things.
Correct. Yeah, and one good example might be that in the past, for things like the neighborhood grant, we would create an account code to track a neighborhood grant. And whenever we would make expenses related to that, or maybe that's a poor example because usually it's a single line item, but often we'll have something that we want to track as a single line. Well, in the new system, because we have the job costing module, what we'll be able to do is kind of sit a separate set of metrics on top of our accounting structure. So instead of creating an account, we'll still chart it to an office supply or professional services account or a different subset of those normal expenditure cost centers. And again, be able to look up, well, how much are we spending on office supplies? How much are we spending on these things? But that we'll be able to pull out the neighborhood matching grant through a different organization, a cross section of those pieces.
That sounds great. Actually, I think neighborhood grants a good one. The ones that I've been involved with, we're working with the council office. We're working with energy because of trees. We're working with engineering because of sidewalks. And so all of these departments are showing up and supporting that one neighborhood grant. And so I don't know if in the traditional way, that neighborhood grant is actually, or the costs that went into supporting that neighborhood grant were absorbed by many different departments. Whereas what you just talked about makes it sound like, that the council put in $5,000 into that neighborhood grant, but all of its support actually cost X amount more because of all of the support.
And a lot of that will be we'll be able to do that once we have work orders going live, which I think is still a little bit ways out. So we're kind of taking a first step into Provo 360, but not reaping the full benefits yet.
Much of what you wanted, much of what I used to have to look at the detail for, and now it's on this spreadsheet.
That's what I think we're hoping, is that you'll find this much more transparent, and that what you'll find is actually each of these areas are going to have payroll expenses associated with them. Each of these areas are going to have operating costs as appropriate, and that the detail sheets will still have that information, but it will be broken down by the programs or functions that each area is engaging in.
So our plan is still to provide a detailed budget sheet for those that would like that. Give you further detail.
Together? Read together?
Well, it'll be separate. There'll be a detailed budget as well as the annual budget document that we'll publish. So we'll have both.
Will they interrelate?
They'll relate, yeah. It'll just be further breakdown. Like, for example, if you're looking at HR administration, you would have the detail that makes up that line.
Before you could go to the detail, you couldn't tell where it was from sometimes. So as long as it's, you can follow HR administration to somewhere and know where it is.
One of the other reasons we really wanted to present today too is to make sure that that we're on the same page and that we're not in the middle of May and there's a feeling that we're going different directions and that we need to make a lot of changes on the budget. So we wanted to make sure that we're all okay with this direction that we're taking. It's pretty much what we had talked about with the committee and towards the end of last budget year, the direction we were going to go. I just want to make sure that everybody's in agreement with that, and if there's any concerns or thoughts, that we could discuss it now. The other thing that I would just mention is that, as Dustin kind of alluded to, this year the budget process is going to be pretty, it's going to be tough just going to the new system. We're going to be able to do it, and it'll happen, but it's going to take a lot of time and effort. So what we're able to do is we can do this, and we're on the path for that, but we'll have a difficult time doing a lot of other things just because it's going to be so labor intensive. It's just going to be a major transition to get to it.
Well, this sure looks like a step in the right direction to me. Is there anyone that has any concerns in the council about the direction we're heading here?
I just have a question. You say getting to it. Once we set it up, is it something that we can maintain, or how are we looking at, what kind of help do you need? Is this going to need more?
Well, what I'm referring to mainly, this will just be the initial year going to Provo 360, okay? Budgeting in that with the new account structure.
And we're done with our budgeting. Next year, we'll be able to use a digital system that will help streamline the process.
As well as having the payroll all feed into the system.
Right, which would then give us the opportunity to spend more effort on formatting and presentation. But a lot of that's going to be expended in kind of doing both. We have to do the old way and the new way this year because of the nature of the project.
Right, thank you, Mr. Graybaugh. Mr. Boyer? Unless there's any other questions, it's we can go to the next item.
Mr. Chair, could we recommend that we have them give the same report to the budget committee? The budget committee come back with the recommendation.
Would that be reasonable?
We're happy to do that. We're happy to do it in the meeting tomorrow if you'd like, or if tomorrow's agenda is full and you want to do it later, we're happy to come do it.
Tomorrow would be great. I think we have, Mr. Stocking, I think we have plenty of time tomorrow.
We were planning on checking with you if that could happen.
I think that would be excellent if you could do that.
Okay, we'll just come do the same presentation tomorrow then.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer, appreciate that.
Huh?
All right, let's move on to item number 3, which is an overview of the latest capital improvement projects. And it looks like you're up again, Mr. Boyer. Or Mr. Graybaugh, Mr. Wish.
Do you want this, Dustin?
Yeah.
What time is the meeting tomorrow, the budget committee meeting?
10 o'clock.
10?
Okay. So we can, whatever time works for you.
Well, 10, I think 10 will be all right for us.
Yeah. So this document is one that we prepare annually and present to the city council as kind of an accountability over what happened for fiscal year 16 with regard to the project budgets. And so what you'll find in this document is as a line for each project in each department and what happened with that project's monies throughout the year, and the ongoing needs and projections for projects throughout the city. It is a rather large document, and the council might want to take some time either on their own or in smaller groups to go through some of the specifics of it. But largely the information is much the same as you might expect to get when we produce our budget document for the fiscal 18 budget, that will again have, this is the after the fact accountability, and the fiscal 18 project will be the projections for the future. But it has much of the same information with regard to the need for ongoing funding, the status of current projects, and so what you'll find in here is kind of more of the accountability side. Specifically, you'll see that we have what the actual expenditures were for projects, and then unused budget that didn't end up getting carried forward from 15 to 16. So if the council has any specific questions or concerns related to this document, I'll be happy to come back and answer any questions that you might have afterwards as well.
The other thing I would add, the column that's really significant, I think from the council's perspective, is the carryover column, because the budget ordinance basically gives us the ability to carry over whatever hasn't been spent on a capital improvement project. And what the directors do is they review the project, and if there's a project that's complete, then what should happen is the project should be closed out, and whatever balance was in the project, it goes to fund balance. But what could happen is it could just be carried over. And so that there may be questions about a project on where it's at, or if it's close to completion, or any kind of things that may be related. And so as you look at those numbers, that's where you may have questions. And if you have questions, the directors could answer them, or we could do our best to answer them as well.
And this is a lot of the detail that relates to the differences between original budget and adjusted budget when we present it to you for each budget cycle. That a lot of the capital expenditures are related to this column's carryovers. And so this is explaining the detail behind those.
John, when you say it goes back to the fund, it goes back to capital improvement fund.
That's right, it's in the fund balance. It just drops.
It doesn't go back to the general fund.
No, just
Where
go
it's
back to
home
the
is.
fund balance in the respective capital improvement fund, yes.
Yeah.
I guess that answered my question a little bit. So this doesn't include sort of the 5-year projection. So if they're not going to use it in the carryover, they wouldn't reassign carryover to some other
Right,
project.
and it's actually in that CIP budget, which I believe is sometime in March when we present it to you, that will be more the 5-year projection of, oh, we're going to use this much of savings, or we're going to need to, get a grant or raise rates or whatever it is to fund those projects for 5 years prospectively. But this is what's happened in the past.
So in the past, when they had carryover, it was never really, there wasn't a place to say this is where it's going, or there was no direction on putting it back into the capital improvement fund.
Yeah, so I think because the automatic nature of it, if they don't carry it over, it drops to the bottom line. It ends up getting appropriated through the new year budget cycle. I think it's possible we could maybe communicate how much ended up being dropped, but because this isn't the 17 budget of then that money was used, and perhaps we should change this document to include that of any related 17 projects. But this is specifically for fiscal year 16, which now we're talking about 18. So
In this report, we're required to present or provide to the council within 30 days of the end of when our comprehensive annual financial report is adopted by the council. And so really it's just kind of a reconciliation or an accounting to the council of what was carried over from the prior fiscal year into the new year by project, so that you can look at that and scrutinize it.
We do show use of fund balance in the sources part of each 5-year capital improvement budget. And so it will show, that's where it gets caught up. And so we'll recommend that you appropriate out of fund balance for some specific projects. And those are just detailed on the project sheet. So that's kind of it's where we catch up with that dropping the fund balance process.
right. And often you'll find departments won't complete projects they were originally planning to do because some other higher priority item has come up. They'll drop it to fund balance, appropriate it in a new project in the following fiscal year.
Question for Cliff, I think. Was this in our document packet, this report, or
It
is?
wasn't, but I can send it out to you today.
Okay, thank you.
I believe we emailed it a week or two ago, but
Not this one.
not this one.
I think there was an issue with the file format that we ended up having to send a more recent copy today because there was yeah, there was a computer error, I think, related to it.
We'll make sure you have the copy.
If you wanted to review it, have us come back at a later work meeting, or if you want to just talk to us, if you have questions one by one, would be fine with either one.
Shall we just get with them individually if we have questions at this point, or did you want to schedule a work session?
I think it's helpful to have the budget committee review as well. So
We can do that tomorrow.
do this tomorrow as well. That'll get me motivated to get on it tonight too.
I'm thinking if these two stay up here, a budget committee will be full, no.
Yeah. We can put it on the
What
agenda.
else you want to talk about?
Okay, well, I don't think we need a motion on this item. Appreciate the updated report. All right, let's move on to item number 4, review of the engineering department's consolidated fee schedule. And looks like Mr. Chapter is presenting this.
Actually, I was hoping that William Ming, our intern, would be back. He did the bulk of the so-called legwork on this. Thank you to the finance folks and to our staff in engineering for working with us on this. The financial policies in the annual budget state, and I can't remember if this is page 27 or 28 or 29, but it says the city will periodically recalculate the full costs of providing services in order to provide a basis for setting the associated service charge or fee. Full cost should incorporate direct and indirect costs, including operations and maintenance, overhead, and charges for use of capital facilities, thereby setting fees at a level that is related to the cost of producing the good or service unless otherwise restricted by law. The city will periodically examine current competitive rates and establish new charges and fees as needed and as permitted by law. It's recognized that occasionally competing policy objectives may result in user fee levels that recover only a portion of the service costs. Do you have that? What happens?
It's right there.
Okay. So in front of you, council, you should have a PDF file of the spreadsheets that were used. The front page details the 31 fees in the engineering department as currently stands. And talk to you real briefly about the methodology. Basically, we just wanted to look at we used the format that's been used for other departments previously and ran them through and then calculated the various costs. And if you go past the first 3 pages, say to asphalt page 1, on the new development overlay, it says asphalt payment overlay fee. Typically what's been done is we've identified material costs, if any, direct labor costs. In this case, we looked at the office and field costs. Equipment costs is an area that should be looked at in various projects. Here it's been included as part of the overhead. However, in this regard, I think we could probably get to more detail on that. And then, of course, some of the additional costs, like milling in this case, to come up with an average project cost. If you go to the top row on there, you'll see next to the name, you'll see the year. Those are the those are the amount of square feet of asphalt that was laid. If you go to other pages, you'll see it includes things like 2 pages down, it'll say number of inspections or frequency or number of inspections again, linear feet inspected. It gives you some details to how much is being done. And if you go back to the front page of the entire document, you'll see in the 2 right-hand columns under the years, at the top by the name, you'll see new development fees. FY15, you'll see $284,000. FY16, $239,000. That represents the amount of revenue that's been brought in those years for those fees. And so some fees have a much more significant impact than others. So again, here's the methodology. We determined the direct costs, looked at material, equipment, project size, multiplied it by an overhead cost. I do think that we need to look at the overhead costs. This is a standard one, and I suspect that it would vary depending on what department you look at. And then, of course, there's this issue of market rate and some of the differences. So if you go back to, say, page 1 where it had asphalt overlay, you'll see near the bottom a combined total of direct costs. Let me get the right line. And it says $2,369.81 overhead. And breaking down the square footage of an average project of 12,415 square feet, that comes down to $1.12 per square foot. Our current charge is $1.10, so there's a slight difference in cost. If you go through every one of these pages, you will see there's a difference of cost on different things. For example, if you go to after hours inspection fee, which is the 4th item, you'll see that our total cost per hour estimate is $94.10. We're charging $60. A rough estimate of the market rate is about $85. So we're undercharging about $34. So if you go through all of these, each of these individual pages, you'll see that kind of calculation. That was the methodology that was followed. Comparison cities, we looked at Orem, Ogden, West Jordan, West Valley, Sandy, based somewhat on size, and in the case of Orem, of course, it's our neighbor. Anecdotally, one of the things that comes up, our intern talked to Orem and asked them about the changes that they made in last year's budget, and the answer he got back was, well, we made the changes to better match what Provo does. And so one of the challenges with some of these market rate things that we do is very often in local government, with limited resources, some cities, I'm not saying ours does, and I don't think ours does it that way, but some cities will actually look to see what their neighbors do and then set a rate somewhat arbitrarily to be competitive. That has some pros and cons, and certainly some implications in terms of policy. Yes.
Particularly with Orem, they did tell us that they were looking forward to us completing our fee study because it's something that they hadn't done.
Right.
They were looking forward to see what our results were. So I think you're probably right that other cities have done an in-depth look at their recovery or the cost of recovering their fees.
Right.
Or closing that gap with what they're not recovering.
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand it, and I got to be careful. I'm council members know I'm doing an MBA right now, and finishing up a cost accounting class, which is actually directly relevant. And I'm doing my final paper actually on this study. But one of the things that's interesting to me is that when you go to look at costing of the various services that we provide, you can get into great detail or you can go very high level. And it's apparent that ours is somewhere in the middle, probably tends a little bit towards the high level. The challenge is that how much time and energy do you want to put into certain fees? And some things should pop out fairly easily. I think our new accounting system is going to let us, especially with CIP projects and engineering charges and some of the other things we do, will help us identify in the future better data to provide some of those costs. But what I wanted to mention is that I'm looking at this a little bit cautiously because I don't want to use the stuff I'm learning in class as a hammer to beat down through this. What I do think is there are some things that we could do to improve the strategy of getting our costs a little better. And certainly I think the budget committee wanted to see more on this, so I intend to bring this up with the budget committee as well and work with our finance officers to move that forward. I don't know if you want to go through each individual line in here, but I will tell you that in a couple of pages, the second page of that whole document is neighboring cities, shows kind of a list of some of the competitive costs that we have. One of the challenges, a lot of cities don't charge everything that we charge. And that becomes a question of policy too, is we know that when a development goes in, if we don't cover all our costs, then we in effect subsidizing that development somewhat. And then the other side of that is that we rely on the city revenues from property taxes and sales taxes and general fees, et cetera, to help cover some of those longer term costs of what we've got. So policy issues there. So come back to the recommendations. I'm actually going to suggest that we put the recommendations aside, let them go through the budget committee. Also, they won't come back until, officially they won't come back until we get through the budget process. So any fee things that have been approved by, the recommendations been approved by the mayor will come to council for council review on that. In the meantime, I think we'll take a look at that at the budget committee if that's okay with council.
I have a couple of questions. I visited with Wayne just a little bit about this today, and are the recommendations, are these actually gone through the departments, and are they prepared to make some recommendations?
This is why I want to hold off. Our intern put these in here and included them, and I'm fine with that in terms, that's the discussions he's had with engineering, but I do not believe they've been vetted through the mayor's office.
His recommendations, whose recommendations are these?
These are a combination of the engineering department and our intern. So that's why they're in his presentation, but I wanted to put it through the budget process and make sure that the administration has a chance to see.
Why recommendations didn't include recovering our cost?
Because that was left to the judgment of the engineering department on that. However, I think we need to go back and look at that and see, so that we can have a really good, vigorous discussion on what that policy should be. Do we cover 100%, or do we recognize in some cases that certain fees we might not want to recover 100%?
For budget committee members,
Sorry?
exactly in that, why aren't we going to recover our cost? And what is this estimated? Or compare it to someone else, but that might be our own comparison.
Right.
So far, two of the committee members have responded, and both of them said, why aren't we going to recover our costs?
Agreed. And I think we need to look at that better.
The other thing that was interesting that Wayne commented on for me was we talked about the costs of the things that we're doing, and that the administration, the department has actually had a chance to look at the process of the way we do it. Can we do it cheaper? Are the things that we're doing the most efficient? We talked about we're asking half the question, the cost, and now we've got to give the department heads the chance to say, well, are we doing it the right way?
Right.
And I don't know that have we given them that opportunity to look at that and say.
In terms of the costing process?
Well, not just the costing, the process of doing the service.
I think that's a good question, is every time, I don't know, I won't say every time, but some of you know that my previous role in the governor's office was to look at the possibility of privatizing various government services. And one of the challenges there is coming up with a methodology to do a good evaluation of whether or not we're better to do it in-house or to outsource it. And I don't know I haven't been here long enough to know if that question's ever been asked.
And that's the thing, one thing I think we do need to ask, and I'm not saying that we need to outsource it, but what we're doing, is it still the best way of doing it with changes that have happened?
Sure.
So I think that's important for them they're supposed to be up on these things and say, yeah, we can do better by doing this or that. We don't have to stay with what we were doing before, so.
I agree with that, and I think that when we do these reviews and examine the numbers, those are the types of questions we ought to be getting answers to. Mr. Stewart.
If we look at one page, which is the last page on this printout, why we don't charge anything to do whatever we're doing.
On the back side says street cut.
Yeah, maybe Wayne can tell us why we don't charge anything for.
Public Works project review.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Dave's here.
Dave, any thoughts about that, either Dave?
As we're going through this fee process, we tried to look at some of those things, but in this public works review, that being one of those Well, is it included in the cost of project review through community development? I think initially the thought process is, oh, yeah, we're covering some of that, but I believe on community development, did their plan review fees and brought that through the council, I think it was last year. I think they included their costs, they didn't include the public works side of the development review. And so that's why we generated that information to say, yeah, many times a lot of these projects require more time and effort for public works review than they actually do on the planning side. I think that's what we're trying to do. And I think the other question that Mr. Stewart asked about, why aren't we recovering all our costs? Because there's some estimation of its cost is we're picking an average project size or an average number of square feet. And so, so it isn't like we can drill down the cost of every single project, because they do differ slightly. Because sometimes we have a larger project, and so maybe it's more economical, or a smaller project, the cost may be significantly higher for us than what we're actually charging. So there is some averaging that goes on there. And I think that's, as Cliff and I kind of talked earlier, it was like, some of these things are probably more policy questions of, we need some guidance, information. And, stated earlier, we haven't had the time to go back, even within the administration, and say, where should we be on those things? And I think it would be wise to take that time, go back and kind of vet through that process and have the council, think about some of those kinds of issues of, for policy direction, where should we be and what direction should we be headed? Should we, just maximize our costs? Because a lot of times we go through this process of trying to define, all of these individual costs and get right to the penny or to the nickel, and then in the end we say, well, what's the neighbor doing? Are we comparable with them? We don't want to be, putting ourselves way higher, or having our costs be so much higher that it drives development out of our community. So there's a mix of, let's make sure that we have the information for our costs, but also let's look at it from a policy question of, where should we be? Should we be, factoring in, what neighboring communities and others are charging for some of those services?
The policy question for me, this is my opinion, is there's a lot of people who want to develop in Provo. So why wouldn't we always be recovering our costs? As long as it's fair. And if you feel that your analysis of your costs aren't fair yet, it needs to be reanalyzed. But once we feel like they're fair, as Gary pointed out, we're doing the best job we can. We should charge. I don't think we should be subsidizing development in Provo when there's no lack of people that want to develop here. Personally, that's just a personal opinion.
And I think other cities will raise theirs too when they see that
That's
we
exactly
have
right.
done the study, that we've actually looked into it, and this is where we've set our fees. I think other cities will probably do the same.
I think you're absolutely correct, and that's exactly what we've heard the same things, what you mentioned. It's always nice for Provo to take the lead on these. They kind of go through all the work and they justify it and they raise the fees, and it gives us a benchmark to, to say, hey, this is reasonable based on what somebody else is doing. So I think every time we go through this process, we refine that information more and more. And so we become a little bit more accurate of, okay, where are we in that process? Like, we about 4 years ago went through the process, and we had some fairly substantial increases in our permitting and inspection fees that we had at that time. And, it probably wasn't quite the same level of detail as what we've been working with, council staff on. But I think it put us in that realm of being fairly competitive based on what our actual costs were. I think this process is just maybe taking the next step and find out.
The administration likes to do polls, so we can have a poll that says, would you rather have your property taxes increase, or would you rather charge for the services we give to developers at the cost to do it? And I think we find out what the citizens are.
And by way of information, we did include an estimate of public works on time in the community development fees for plan reviews. Yeah,
Was
I
it
think there's probably,
$19?
we actually included $990 worth of cost in the community development fee.
So
So it's
that's-
possible they did a more robust process. This, I think, was a rough estimate initially.
So that's being picked up from community development and not from engineering?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a quick thought, and then I have some questions. I think, on these fees, I think there's some impact. Obviously, we can see what the numbers are. But what that discussion may have more impact when we're setting the impact fee. So that's upcoming. I'll kind of do these in reverse order. This is the front page, starting at the bottom. In looking at our neighboring cities, one thing I noticed is it appears of those that we looked at, almost all of them we're talking street cut fees. The street cut fee is partly dependent on how old the most recent paving was. And I think that makes a lot of sense that if brand new pavement has been put down, to cut into that, shortens the life and it's costs the city a lot more than if you're cutting something up that's about to be repaved anyway. So as it goes, to the next step or whatever, that might be something to look at. The second one is in asphalt inspection fee. The fee is 25 cents per square foot for projects under 1,000 square feet and 10 cents a square foot for everything over 10,000 square feet. And I don't want to get into telling you, suggesting how this should be done, but, and I apologize, when I made this on my computer, it was not dots, it was a line, but this is the cost for projects under 10,000 or 1,000 square feet, and this is the cost for projects over 1,000 square feet. So a project that is $999 will cost as much as a project that is $2,500, and you go up just, a couple square feet to 1,001, and it costs as much as a project that's $400. So there's a little bit of a discontinuity there that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. So again, just kind of a heads up, you might want to take a look at that. I know Dave Sewell or myself could suggest mathematical ways to avoid that. And then the last one is the first set of fees, the new development overlay fees. So is this the fee that Provo charges a project for Provo to come in and lay the asphalt?
Yes.
Okay. Do they have the option of just laying the asphalt themselves? We say we're going to do it and you're going to pay for it?
No, about probably at least 10 years ago, what we were saying with new development was we would get the brand new subdivision, brand new projects completed, and then there were things that were left out of the project. We would coordinate with the telecom company or cable TV company. So we were getting the street cuts in our brand new roads and all of this development. So at that time, we spoke with some developers, and then we spoke at our costs and said, what if we reduce the thickness of the initial asphalt that we're requiring the developer to install with that development, but instead of them having to bond and keep that money in a bond account and come back and do that work later, what if we include it in our annual overlay project? And so that was what the decision was made, was for the city to go ahead and assume that cost. The risk on the city's part was we wanted to make sure we put that far enough out in the future that we weren't going to have these cuts in these brand new roads. And so we were projecting it out anywhere from 3 to 5 years. And when we initially did it, asphalt costs were just, they were escalating pretty substantially every year. So there's a lot higher risk, I think, on the city's part at that point in time than there is now over the last probably 3 to 5 years. asphalt prices, they're still escalating, but more in line with inflation. And so we put, I think, a 5 to 10% kind of factor in there with what we were looking at. But it actually was more of a quality of a product according to the developments when the development was finally completed was part of the idea of speed, but then not put that solely on the back of the developer. So it was kind of a combination of reduction in their upfront expenses, but then actually paying that fee to the city to get that same work.
That sounds very creative. So the developer will go in and pave to 3 inches, and then at some point when the city feels things have hit steady state, no one's going to be cutting into it again, we'll come in and do the last inch.
Yes.
All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Council.
So if I'm understanding this right, then this is more of an overview at this point. This will come back to the budget committee and then some of the administration weigh into it.
Yeah, I mean, typically, my understanding of this exercise was to do a quarterly review of around roughly 25 fees, and so we've done that, and the proposed revenue changes came up, and so they were included in here, but obviously it hadn't been vetted through the mayor's office, so I think it's appropriate that that goes through that process.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 5, the discussion on amendments to chapter 4 of the council policies and procedures handbook. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you. I was going to look for on that one. So I'll introduce this item and then Mr. Jones jumping in as well. We did have some questions last time about this first section here, so I added a couple paragraphs to just kind of want to go over that a little bit. So we kind of have a problem right now with the way our current handbook is written as far as our rules. And in the second paragraph there, it shows exactly what's in the current handbook. It says this section of the handbook describes the rules adopted by the council, which are generally based on the principles of parliamentary procedure. So the problem we have right now is we have this really tiny set of rules that are in the handbook. They cover most day-to-day situations, but there are plenty of situations that come up over the course of the year that aren't covered. And so then the question is, what do we do when those situations come up? Well, our handbook doesn't say what to do. It just says that the rules that we do have in the handbook are based on principles of parliamentary procedure. But that's ambiguous because there's at least a half a dozen widely used parliamentary procedure manuals out there. Roberts is the most common, but there are others. And those manuals have a lot of similarities, but there's also some differences. So the question is, which one to use? And so that there's basically two ways to solve this problem. One would be to put all the rules that we think we're ever going to need in the handbook. Or the other is to, which I think most city councils do, is to say if you encounter a situation not covered by our handbook rules, then this is the manual that we're going to fall back on. So that's what we mean by a gap filler. So we thought of putting all the rules in the handbook, but really that amounts to writing our own parliamentary procedure manual in a sense. And the shortest one I was able to find was Rosenberg's rules, and it's about 11 pages. And it was attractive at first when we discussed it, but then we noticed that there's some situations that have actually come up in our actual usage that weren't covered in the manual. So that made me a little hesitant to recommend that as a gap filler. So that's kind of the basic rationale for why we recommended using Robert's rules as a gap filler instead of writing our own exhaustive list of rules. Mr. Jones, do you have anything you'd like to clarify or add to that?
Yeah, I would just say it's probably beneficial. The members of the committee, I think, know this, but for the rest of the council members, it's probably beneficial for me to disclose that I came into the committee discussion on this issue pretty hesitant and reluctant, and maybe even kind of against the idea of adopting Robert's rules. And that came from kind of this fear of the unknown. It's a big body of not law, but we'll call it body of law for lack of a better term, and with a long history, and it has a reputation for being convoluted and open to abuse, I guess I would say. And so I had some concerns about it. I had concerns about our ability to kind of wrap our heads around the full content of it. And so somewhat, perhaps, at least in part at my urging, the committee embarked on a pretty long process of gathering probably every rules of procedure manual that we could find to look at and compare and review. And as we went through that process, I became, at least personally, less and less concerned with my initial fears. Robert's rules really originated out of a desire to simplify meetings, not make them more complicated. And the creator of the rules came up with them because he attended meetings where things were so complicated and cumbersome that nothing could get done. And so is Robert's rules, I guess the other thing that I've said to one or two council members that have asked me is Robert's rules the only solution to this problem? No, I don't think there's any reason to think that it is. But I don't know that there's anything about it, at least in my opinion from the review that the committee's done, that makes it any less good of a tool than any other proposal. And my biggest concern is alluded to in what Chair Sewell talked about in the second paragraph of this document, is that I am fairly concerned about not having a gap filler. I think that it would be a tremendous and long exercise to try to do what Mr. Sewell suggested a minute ago, which is to try to make sure that our handbook itself contains every possible rule that might ever need to be used in every situation. And I think we open ourselves up to some potential issues if we don't either do that or have a gap filler. So, it is my recommendation solely from a legal perspective that a gap filler, I think, is a good idea. And there's pros and cons to the various different possibilities. And all I can really say is, as a committee, the members of the Rules Committee looked at every possible alternative that we could find, and there's pros and cons to every one. You can go with, as Mr. Sewell said, you could go with something that's really simple, but doesn't actually cover something that might need covered. You can go with Roberts, which is much more widely accepted, but has a reputation for being more cumbersome. Frankly, I've come to the point where I'm struggling to understand whether that reputation is really well deserved or not. As part of the process that the committee followed, I reached out to the International Municipal Lawyers Association listserv on legislative drafting and asked and polled anyone who was willing to give me a response about rules of procedure. And I got, I don't remember now for sure, but probably 20, 25 responses, something like that. And I would say about a third of them were from cities that used some kind of variation on highly specific local rules. I think it was Illinois, their version of ULCT, don't remember what it's called, but their state agency like ULCT had actually gone to the effort of drafting specific rules of procedure for use in the state of Illinois. And the cities that I got responses from there used those. And there were a couple other variations on that, but Probably about 2/3 of the responses were from people that used Roberts, either explicitly as their manual or as their gap filler. And only one of those responses indicated that they had ever had a kind of a bad experience with the use of cumbersomeness of the rules. The rest of them all indicated that they used them and had never had any problems. And so I guess bottom line is there a potential that you could have a problem with Robert's rules because the 5% of our business that's not covered by the rules inside the handbook? Yeah, there's a potential for that. But whatever other system of rules you were to adopt, there's a possibility that you could run into a problem that it doesn't cover the 5% that of the time that our own handbook rules don't cover. So it really is a pro and con question. And for me, I guess my biggest point of advice is that I do think a gap filler is important.
If I could just throw in my sense. Mr. Jones talked about 5%. Maybe it depends on how you're defining that 5%. But my thoughts are that, if we were to pass this part using this as a gap filler, my guess is we would go probably about a year and not experience anything different. My thought, is maybe once a year something would come up that's not explicitly addressed in our handbook, and then at that point we would fall back to this gap filler. So, I think it's valuable to pay attention to it now and get a good gap filler in, because it's hard to project every instance that we may ever need. And when we need it, it's good to have something there. But most of the time, vast majority of the time, it's not even going to be something that we think about.
If I could piggyback on that, Mr. Harding, it may be more than a year before you notice a change, because what we actually do right now, when we run into those situations, is we pull out Robert's rules in those rare cases. So that's true. Mr. Harding?
I'm just curious, what have we done? What will this affect? Can you give me a concrete example of something that we've done in the past that this would affect?
Sure, I could give you a couple examples. I mean, one of them is the example that's right here in this paragraph. If you remember, that's come up twice in the last year where somebody in a meeting, later in the meeting, has said, hey, I've rethought what I said before, or I misunderstood something that was said. I'd like to change my vote. And what we did in both of those instances is we looked up what Robert's rules said and said, well, according to Robert's rules, here are the criteria for when you can change your vote. Now, you're not governed by those rules, so that doesn't actually matter here. But if you want to do what Roberts says, this is what Roberts would say. And in both those instances, the conclusion of the council was, well, let's just follow that, right? So one thing that it would do is we'd look it up, and instead of saying, so here's a guideline, we would say, so this is the rule. Right? This is how it actually works. It's not just advice about how it might work. And I guess, go ahead, Dave.
And in both of those instances, there was no objection by anyone on the council to that vote being changed. But imagine if there was a highly contentious vote that took place, and it's a 4-3 vote, and now one of the 4 want to change. Imagine if now the other 3 are saying, no, Robert's rule says that, but we're not governed by that, and so we object to, so in these 2 instances, it wasn't a big deal, but you could imagine a time when motions are high on the council and there's a strong disagreement where people could argue over the rules.
The other concrete example I'd give you is with rescission, which is something else that the council's done twice in the last year. And in our current version of the rules, there's no discussion of rescission. There's a mention of it in state code, but no definition of what it is or how it works. And we were challenged on one of those, right? And our response essentially was, well, we think it's a principle of parliamentary procedure, because if you look up most of the different handbooks about parliamentary procedure, it's in most of them. So we think it's a generally accepted principle of parliamentary procedure, but that's not as concrete or easily grounded response as it's in Robert's rules and we follow Robert's rules, therefore we definitely have that power.
We just said our attorney told us to do it this way.
That's what we come back to.
Exactly.
That's why you get the big bucks, Brian.
So, but in contrast, I guess the flip side of the question you asked is, would it change very much? Well, probably not, because, I made allusion a few minutes ago to this reputation for being cumbersome, right? And for being potentially subject to abuse, where somebody knows some secret rule about how to take the floor away from somebody else that already has it so that they can't talk anymore and interrupt. Well, recognize that the proposal from the committee is to use it as a gap filler, not to use it as the main rules. So all of the rules in the handbook that cover who the chair gives the floor to and how you make motions and how you make seconds and how you make substitute motions, and all of those things actually trump Robert's rules. So even if there was some secret arcane rule in Roberts for how to steal the floor away from somebody, it wouldn't actually apply if it was in conflict with what we've got in the handbook, and you'd really just be relying on Roberts for those things that the handbook doesn't even mention. So I guess those are two concrete examples of the difference it would make. But at the same time, I'm saying in our day-to-day dealings, I don't think it would make much difference.
Thank you.
So as you read through the rest of the recommendations, there are some things that may not, like say, come from Roberts, but for our purposes, we decided to adopt because they will either speed the process along or bring more clarity. One of the ones we've talked about is that all motions or changes need to be written before we actually vote on it. You want to expound on that?
Could we finish talking about this part of it before we go to another?
Sure.
Exactly. I do have some thoughts about this part. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So Robert's Rules, for me, was actually kind of hard to find. The book, I tried to get it online, could not get it online. The 11th edition, the newly revised 11th edition, could not get it on my iPad. And so I went to Barnes & Noble and couldn't get it there either, and found that I could order it, but that didn't really help me, knowing that I had a meeting in a few days. So I ended up getting the Robert's Rules for Dummies, because I saw you had it, and it just kind of explains them anyway. But in the introductory part of it, it states that the right to vote is limited to the members. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. The parliamentary law isn't statutory law. It's just the body of rules that, written or unwritten, you use when you're assembled and discussing your business. So whether it's rules written or unwritten, it's just what you do to conduct business. And so I started thinking about the unwritten part of that. Do we have to have a gap filler? Do we have to have it written? And here's why. One of the reasons is we are going to be bound by the rules in here, and I don't know what they are. And that concerns me, because I haven't had time to read Robert's Rules and digest it and figure it out. So, but we're bound by that. If our council handbook doesn't cover it, and Robert's Rules probably does, I don't know what I'm signing up for. So that's one concern. The other concern is if we get, in some bodies there, sometimes they get so caught up in the rules and the way they're running things that they forget to focus on the issue at hand. And they ignore it or delay it, and you hear a collective groan from the body when they start talking about Robert's Rules or this rule or those kinds of things. And I worry about prolonging the process and not actually speeding up, which it's supposed to do, is to speed up the process. So I guess I wonder what we're fixing, is if our meetings are way too long, if they're way too caught up in minutia and we really need this to move things along. That's the second thing. The other thing is the cost of training a parliamentarian, which I assume will be Brian, of going to trainings to learn everything you can about Robert's rules, and then training the council. Is that a separate retreat every year that we learn Robert's rules as a council so that we actually know what rules we've signed up for? And it seems that past legal advice for the council has been to not adopt a formal set of rules and to keep it more loose observance of those parliamentary rules so you don't hamstring yourself. And I'm wondering if that was not good advice back then. And your first inclination, you said, was to not formally adopt Robert's rules. And so I know when we went to the ULCT meeting, this last one, they had a council of what not to do. They had this council, kind of a mock council of what not to do. And one of the things was the person who was the Robert's Rules expert and really kind of made fun of it. And so I know that if this is a common thread for other councils, that can really delay or drag things on to have one person trying to be the authority on Robert's Rules. It's a common theme, or otherwise they wouldn't have, ULCT kind of made that sort of one of the funny personalities on the council. But anyway, so those are some concerns. Are we really fixing a problem? Are we really helping ourselves? Is it necessary to have it written, or can it be unwritten? And is it better to keep it as it has been, a more loose, by these principles? And if there's something that we feel would help, like changing my vote, then add that to the council rule book instead of adopting a whole, book of things that I haven't read and I don't know. Why wouldn't we just fix what we know we need to fix, and then as things, I don't know, or train us first on Robert's Rules, and let's really know what we're signing up for, but give us a chance to read it and understand it before we decide, yeah, let's adopt it, because we are really adopting this, whether it's gap filler or not. We're adopting these rules, and I personally don't know exactly what all those gap filler rules are.
We're not adopting those rules unless we don't have them in our handbook.
Right, and if we don't have them in our handbook and we're wondering what to do, and we go to Robert's Rules and find out what to do, and we disagree with that, or we didn't know it existed, and then we have to decide, well, do we agree with that or not, because we didn't know that was in there. That's what I'm wondering. It's all the rules that we don't have in our handbook that we don't know are in Robert's Rules that we're adopting as a gap filler.
But we're not adopting them unless they apply to us at some point in the future.
But I guess we just don't know what they are.
No, we don't. No, there's no question. But we don't spend.
Unless you do know. I mean,
we don't have a retreat to learn the handbook, so I don't know why we'd have a retreat to learn Roberts.
We do, usually in the beginning of the year, we go through, especially with new council members, they're all given a council handbook, and we go through that. And actually, there's a training if you want it. But yeah, I think we required it ourselves. When David and Stephen and I came on, we actually requested training. So maybe it's not for everybody unless you request it. But I did go through, as new councilor, go through all the rules so that I knew what the rules were. And personally, I would like to know what I'm adopting. And I know Mr. Sewell has gone through Robert's Rules and probably the most educated on it. And I don't know if everyone else has had a chance to go through Robert's Rules and you understand exactly what we're signing up for, and it's just me, then, and there's plenty of, votes to go, then I guess, it's a moot point, but.
Mr. Jones, and then Mr. Hardy.
I think those are all good questions, and I think those are questions that in some form or another the committee discussed, most of them during discussions. I think what it comes down to, and I could address them one by one, mostly just by kind of pointing out pros and cons rather than giving you a definitive answer, but the bottom line is I think it has more to do with the risks of the following two scenarios. You can approach rulemaking from one of two ways. One way is to say, we don't know what rules we're missing and we don't know what rules we might need that we don't have. So we're going to do nothing until it comes up. And when it comes up, we'll identify the problem and we'll fix it. Right? That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is saying, we don't know what rules we are missing. We don't know what rules we might need that we don't have. We're going to go out there and we're going to find a body of rules that other people think address all of those things. We're going to adopt it. We don't know everything that's in it. We don't know what's going to happen in those situations. But we'll wait until, we'll adopt it as a gap filler. We'll wait until one of those situations arises. When the situation arises, we'll look to the body of rules. We'll use the rule that's in there. And if using the rule that's in there causes problems, then we'll fix that, right? It seems to me that in either instance, you're talking about there's something that you don't know. And what you don't know is probably 5% or less of the time, right? It's that thing that you're missing. And so the question is, do you, in either way, you're going to solve it by subsequent action, right? So do you wait for the situation to arise and then correct it afterwards by making up a rule to address the problem? Or do you wait for the situation to arise and use the rule that's there, and then if the rule that's there causes a problem, you fix that? And I'm not saying that one of those is right and one of those is wrong. I just think that those are the two. You're in one of those two scenarios, no matter what you do, right? And so it's just a risk analysis of, is there more risk that without a gap filler we'll run into a situation that we didn't anticipate and it'll be too hard to solve it in the heat of the moment? Or is the risk greater that you adopt a gap filler and sometime down the road when that 5% situation occurs, the rule that is actually already there does something that you didn't want it to?
So just touch on two things. I like how we have a handbook, yes, agreed upon rules and procedures, and we loosely follow it. And most of the time that's just great. And if it ever kind of gets a little heated, then we start enforcing, what we've agreed to in the handbook a little bit more. And I expect that will stay the same. Even if we have a gap filler, we'll still continue to operate how we normally operate. It's just on those rare occasions when our handbook doesn't specify, then we then turn to the gap filler, which we can continue to loosely follow as well. The one other thing that is, and I think this kind of can address a little bit what Mr. Jones just talked about. Say something arises and we don't have a good rule for it. We don't have a rule, or our handbook is silent on it. We go to Robert's Rules, we look it up, we read it, and we say, wow, that doesn't make sense for this situation. We don't like it, or whatever. I believe one of the things that is going to be added into our handbook is a way to suspend rules by a 2/3 majority, a five votes. So if we get,
We already passed that, didn't we?
yeah, that's already
Yeah,
passed.
we changed that.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. So even if we turn to Robert's Rules and we say we don't like that, as long as there's 5 people that don't like it, we can suspend that. But at least it gives us a concrete thing to turn to. And so
So is that more defensible in your mind to have a rule and you don't like it, so you suspend it in a decision? Or is it more defensible to say, well, we loosely follow the parliamentary procedures, principles of parliamentary procedures, and council as a body decided to go in this direction?
Well, I think that's going to be, as all lawyerly answers, I'm going to say it depends, right? But what I mean by that in this particular case, I think it depends on the specific situation, and how you mean the question. But so let me think about it in this way. I don't think that there's any problem defending having a rule and suspending or changing the rule, even in the moment, right? I mean, so let's say we get into one of those situations and Robert's Rule says you have to decide that by getting up and doing a dance, and whoever does the best dance wins the debate, right? I mean, you can, as a council, in the moment say, okay, we vote to suspend that rule or we vote to change that rule. And as long as you've got the supermajority, you can do it in the moment. And as long as you've got a simple majority, you can do it after the fact. And I think that kind of change is easily defensible. What I worry about without a gap filler is when you, not so much the day-to-day kind of thing of who speaks or who isn't speaking, but if you encounter a situation where you decide to actually affirmatively do something that the council hasn't typically done before, and there's nothing in the rules that say you have the authority to do that thing, then I think that becomes much more difficult to defend. And the hope now, and not guarantee surely, because I can't guarantee that even the writers of Roberts have thought of everything. But the hope is that with a gap filler, that if you get to that situation, that you haven't thought of before, where you want to do something that you haven't routinely done before, but there is actually a rule that says this is how to do that one thing. This is the rule that allows you to do that one thing and how to do it. And so I think, and that's why I say my legal concern is I think that the council opens itself up to risk by not having a gap filler, whatever the gap filler is. Because my personal view is that the risk of not being able to do something because you don't have a gap filler is higher than the risk of one meeting being kind of sabotaged because there's a technical rule about how to speak to each other that someone wants to invoke, and that for whatever reason the supermajority is willing to let them invoke instead of call them on it.
I like that answer. Rules are there to prevent or address abuse. And I think that's part of the problem that we're talking about is the possibility of somebody abusing the system. But I think the other thing that we run into is that we need clear procedures so that when someone challenges what we did, we can say, well, this is clearly what we did. And that's later on in here where it talks about having things written. So as long as there's 4 or in the heat of the moment 5 people on the council who have level heads, I don't see any problems, and
It's pretty problematic.
well, when it comes down to
I'm
procedure.
just kidding.
Yeah.
I saw one of our people died smiling.
Yeah, but we're talking just the rules of engagement and the common courtesy, and I think Brian brings up good points about having something that gives us a safety net, a place that we can fall back to, and if it doesn't really seem to apply, then we create our own rule that does apply. So at this point, I'm okay with going forward.
I had a few comments as well. Are we fixing anything? Yes, I feel like we do have a big problem, and without getting into too much detail, we have faced legal exposure this year because of it. So I feel strongly we either need to have a gap filler, or we need to go through the considerable effort of trying to incorporate all the rules that we think we're going to need in our handbook. As far as past advice, I actually talked to Louise the other day. She said back in the days when Terry Harbour was director, they actually did emphasize Robert's rules a lot more than we have in recent years. So that was an interesting thing to know. And in fact, I believe it is the most widely used gap filler in the country for city council. So there's a lot of people out there using it. The other comment I wanted to make, as far as not knowing what we signed up for, we don't know what we signed up for right now. And if we run into a situation where we don't have a rule, it's going to have to be debated in the heat of the moment, in the meeting, and somehow figure out how to handle it. I'm much more comfortable with having a rule in place that's specific, like you said. And then if we encounter that situation, we don't like the rule, then we can put a rule in our manual that overrides it. So, Mr. Strachan.
Early in my career in British Columbia, where I started, virtually every CAO, city clerk, took parliamentary procedures training and served that role, even with whatever limited experience they had with it. This is a very tame council. You have vigorous discussions, you're very polite, you're very supportive of one another, even amongst some of your disagreements. I've had the experience of working with some very contentious councils and boards, and it was always a useful tool to have the procedures to fall back on, even if we had to recess while the parliamentarian researched what the rule was. Some councils I found used it a lot, some used it very little, and in my experience, my recommendation would be to have something to fall back on, and there are times, I'm trying to think of a specific example, but there are times when someone is trying to push through something, some decision or some ruling in the meeting, and there's a lot of contention over it. It's nice to have something to fall back on and not necessarily rely on heated emotions on an issue. But I'd say 95%, 99% of what you deal with on day to day is already covered in your handbook. It's just for those rare occasions when you run into something else. But I've used it a lot in my experience.
Don't we typically use Robert's rules anyway in that situation? If it's not covered in our council handbook, it sounds like as far back as Terry Harward, that's been the process anyway. If it's not covered in our council handbook, we would go to Robert's rules. Are we worried that our parliamentarian, whoever that might be at the time, would go to something else? And I mean, because I see right now that we do that anyway. If we don't have a rule, we go to Robert's rules.
Good. My predecessor preferred Carver.
Yeah, so you go to that rule and you bring that forward and say, well, this is a possible rule, but we're not already bound to follow that rule and have to, override it. We just could use that rule because we follow principles of parliamentary procedure. So if there was a principle of parliamentary procedure that fit that discussion, we could say, yeah, let's follow that procedure. Isn't it the same thing without already adopting everything?
It's nice to have it in place when emotions aren't heated, it's nice to have it in place so that when motions are heated, you actually have something to fall back on, and it's clear cut, as opposed to trying to negotiate, which rule that you don't have listed is because at that point it's a case of, well, I don't care what Robert says, it's not our official policy. That's I think where this effort is intended to go, is just to provide that last stop. And you could probably, Brian could probably tell us better than I can, but there are occasions when something goes to court and somebody challenges it on matter of procedural issues, and they will go down to all the way down the steps to where is that last rule that allowed you to make that decision. And if you've got it laid out, then you're generally protected, because I think my experience is the courts don't necessarily want to overturn a properly made legislative decision of a council unless it's constitutionally invalid.
I think, Councilmember Santiago, you're correct in pointing out that you're in the same situation either way, which is that if you have no gap filler, you're in the situation of looking somewhere for a rule and then the majority of you deciding what to do. Because if there's no gap filler, you can look to Roberts, but it's not binding, so then the majority of you have to decide to do what it says. So the majority is going to have to make a decision either way. You're either deciding to implement a rule that you didn't previously have because you've now looked it up and think that it fits your situation, or you're deciding to reject a rule that you have previously adopted but not looked at before and now realize that you don't want to follow it. In the moment, yes, you're in this. The other comment I was going to make though is I don't have sufficient institutional knowledge, and Louise probably did, to know more about this. But the other difference I would say is that this language in the handbook about, which are generally based on the principle of parliamentary procedure, I know that hasn't, I have just enough institutional knowledge to know that has not always been the language, that it actually used to say, which are based on Robert's Rules of Order. And I don't know when or why that got changed. But I will say that when this rescission issue came up, that was very troubling to me, and I was quite worried about the fact that that language had changed, because I felt like that gave us a less grounded argument in which to rely upon that rule.
So they're generally based on Robert's rules, that would give you more comfort than having it say generally based on principles of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, but it's a gradation, right? We're on firm ground, we have no ground at all. I'd say this version is about right here, and what you're proposing is about right here, right? So yeah, it'd give me more comfort than this, but it's not solid because it doesn't actually say we use them. It just says our rules are based on them, and it's open to interpretation what that means. But anyway, again, I recognize the validity of your questions, and I had a lot of the same concerns. So where are we coming from?
Mr. Hurdy?
I'll try to be really quick. The way that I look at it is we'll need a gap filler, I'll call it 1% of the time. And when we look at that up, as we've done previously, hey, that looks good, let's do that. And so I think the times where we would say, you know, I didn't know that was in there, I don't want to follow that, let's suspend it. I'm thinking that's 1% of 1% of the time. And so now we're opening up ourselves to criticism, you know, for this increasingly rare occurrence. Whereas if just 1% of the time we have to pick any time, well, not often, when we make, there's often decisions that we make that at least someone in the city is happy about, you know, even if it's a unanimous decision among the council. And so I think that choosing which rules out there that we're going to decide are general principles is more problematic than the rare case that we say we don't like what Robert's rule says and we're going to change that with a supermajority.
I have one last comment that I forgot to mention about training. The full Robert's Rules is like 700-800 pages, but there is an official shorter version of it. It's called Robert's Rules in Brief, revised in brief. That, I believe, is less than 200 pages. I read it, I think, in less than a couple of hours. And for anyone that wants to come up to speed a little bit more, that's the one I'd recommend. Maybe we can make it available. But
You have that one.
yeah, that's a good. It's very readable, quick read, and gives you 99.9% of what you need.
Yeah, just one follow-up there. My previous experience, we relied on our council director and our attorney. No one was a parliamentarian per se. We did our best, and there were times when someone blew the whistle. And that's where I don't feel like the council needs to be well-versed on the exceptions. I think we need to know our basic rules.
The premise of Robert's Rules is to know how to participate in a meeting where Robert's Rules is used, and I think we're all participants, active participants, so I believe we all should know how to participate in Robert's Rules.
I think the rules for participating are fairly well laid out here, and if they're not, maybe we need to make it more clear. The handbook needs to be a basic, if you read that, you have an idea of what you're doing. And to me, Robert's rules are the fine points and the almost the minutiae. So, are there things that you feel right now are not addressed in our handbook that should be?
I actually like what the Rules Committee has done on almost all the others. The only exceptions are this one and the Olympian Committee that I have concerns with, but I think that those other, sort of updates to the handbook are tremendous. I think they'll really help move our business along, be more efficient. So really, those are the only two things that I have that just keep coming back to me, kind of red flags for me. But I think the other improvements have been tremendous for this committee. So hats off to you three and all the work you put into it. And I'm sorry that got lost in the sort of debate on these two issues. But those are the two things that I really have concern. The other ones I don't. I think are great improvements.
Can I call the question?
Yes, you ready to make a motion, Mr. Stewart?
I make a motion that we adopt the rules that have been proposed, including the Roberts.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? Keeping in mind that we're about 7 minutes over now.
That's why I made the motion. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment? Just about the limit debate. I don't know if in the history of Provo City, if there's ever been a filibuster. And so has there been? I don't know. We can ask the historian over there.
Yes.
There has been a filibuster.
Filibuster, there were times that the entire council voted to make sure it would be quiet, yeah.
To make sure.
To make sure one council member.
Oh, one council would
stopped
stop
talking,
talking? Okay. I just assume the chair can manage that. And so limiting debate, that is same reasons that I had concerns about limiting debate, having 2 speeches prepared for every item and 20, having 10 minutes each. And that could turn into 2 hours and 20 minutes for every item. If people saw that as their entitlement and not just their option. So that's another one that I really do have concerns. I don't think it's necessary personally. So I will vote against this just for those 2 things. But so, anyway.
Are there any other comments?
I'll just make a comment. I like having rules. I would prefer having rules than not having a rule. That's why I would be in favor of folks with rules.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. All right, if there's no further comments, then all in favor? And those opposed? So those in favor are Mr. Harding, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Knapp, Mr. Sewell, and Mr. Winterton, and those opposed are Ms. Santiago and Mr. Henry. Thank you. Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Serious?
Are you adjourned?
We just got here.
Unless the mayor has something he would like to talk about right now.
Nothing, no.
I'd like to talk about the engineering piece. I don't think that, I was a developer for a while. And I have still remained close to several other developers in town. They do not feel that fees that they I think if you had some sort of. But you could see where the problems were. What happened here? You're here forever.
Is that the?
Let's go ahead and reconvene here. Except for this and Mr. Wilkerson and the mayor. We've got a lot to cover, so let's go ahead and get going. Hopefully they'll reconvene. Yes.
I think it's somebody's birthday, so I'll start out with your journey. Oh, somebody had a birthday, or their little neighbor dear. Steal a favorite song. Heaven bless him through all the coming year.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you.
Appreciate that. Wow.
Are you always honest? Do you really appreciate it?
Yeah, I am always honest.
I'll do next to you then.
And that put me in a really good mood going into this next item. So we made a little mistake in the ordering here. This next item, I'd actually like to move and put it right next to the one that comes through later when we're talking about committee assignments, because they're really kind of logically related. So we'll just temporarily skip this one in discussion with forming the zoning committee. And let's move to item number 7, discussion on council priorities and goals for 2017. So this is a direct follow-up to what we did last year. I'd like to really express appreciation to Chair Santiago for doing it last year and sort of getting us organized and getting us thinking about goals and priorities. It was the first time we've done that since I've been here, and I thought it was really helpful. It was a little painful to go through all those long discussions, but it was well worth it, I thought. So we ended up with 9 priorities for last year. So the first thing we're going to do is ask Mr. Strachan to give us a little update on kind of where we're at, how things went, and then we'll have a discussion of what you as a council would like to do. Are there any of these that you feel like we've made enough progress that we can sort of check the box on them? Are there some that you don't feel like we need to carry over? Are there new priorities that you think need to be added? Those kinds of questions. We won't necessarily finish this today, but we want to kind of get that discussion started. And the only teensy little suggestion I have, I thought it was wonderful what we did last year, but I just thought that 9 is a lot of things to focus on. So if we're going to go one direction or the other as far as having more or less, I would suggest we try to make it a little bit fewer. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Strachan.
I will say that, thank you. I will say with when we get the west side done, that one could come off the list.
Which one?
The west side. It's one of them. No, that'd be a good one. Actually, the policy analysts have gone through the desired outcomes and created a summation for you. And Kelsey is going to actually give this part of the presentation.
This is pretty short, so. In the supporting materials, I'm just gonna get this ready 1 second. In the supporting materials, there was a 2016 priorities PDF file that kind of just listed a bunch of the desired outcomes that were listed under each priority. And so I'm just going to kind of explain how we came up with those. There's some check marks there, how we came up with those, why others may not have had them. Let me just say, first of all, this is just a pulse. And I'm sure that there are many of you in here that might think, oh, well, I thought we did this for this desired outcome. And that very well may be the case. And so if anything, there could just be more check marks after this. So I just want to show you, this document should look familiar to you. We have one of these for each of the 9 priorities. And right here, I highlighted desired outcomes. And you can kind of see these bulleted points right here. For example, this is zoning compliance. So one of the desired outcomes for the council this year was to reduce negative impacts from zoning non-compliance. There were a few examples there. And so what we ended up doing is just taking those bulleted items under desired outcomes and then putting them in this column here. So these are all the same bullet points that you would have seen under the original document. And then just try to think of some examples that might justify saying whether we haven't really done anything for that, whether it's kind of in the works, or whether we've completed it. And so this is just one example for zoning compliance of how that may have worked out. Going back, reducing negative impacts from zoning non-compliance. Just that at our last work meeting, Gary McGinn had presented some possible solutions. And so that kind of justifies how we could say, okay, council is moving toward that desired outcome through some of these actions. Now, again, there are probably other meetings, other presentations, other things that the council did throughout the year that could fall under this specific one, or maybe this also applies to another desired outcome. But this was just, again, to give a pulse in that snapshot of how council was doing. And so I'm not going to go through every single desired outcome. You can look at that PDF file if you want to get more of our analysis on that. But this just gives you an idea. So out of the desired outcomes, for example, zoning compliance had 13 of those bulleted desired outcomes. And then 7 of them we gave a check mark to, saying they're in process. We didn't really have a ton of items that we felt like we could say, oh, green, we're done. Like, put that away, never see it again. So I didn't really include that in this. But you can see, okay, we've probably made progress on about 7 of those 13 desired outcomes. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how far along council came on those items. And again, the desired outcomes aren't weighted. Some of them might require a lot more time and effort than others, or some of them might not require that much time at all. Here at the bottom, we have West Side Planning and public engagement. And those are the ones that we were able to just find examples right off the tops of our heads. That said, oh yeah, we've been able to fulfill that desired outcome, that one, for all of those. So this is just to give you that pulse on how council is doing. And this is just another perspective. You can see, for example, here for West Side Planning, again, and public engagement, you have the number of targeted outcomes, original desired outcomes, and then most of those are in progress. So where the 2 bars next to each other meet, that can tell you, what the gap might have been in pursuing those. So
it's not to say that any of these are actually completed yet,
oh, yeah.
but it is to say that we are actually touching upon, working on them, and making some progress.
Yeah, and so really, considering where council was at the beginning of last year, that's a lot of check marks for a lot of different desired outcomes. And so that's just a really simple overview based off of the priority. But again, that PDF file has more extensive examples. So any questions on that? Yeah.
So I was just curious, I thought we made better progress on housing.
Oh, well, yeah. And again, you probably did. And I was actually hoping Bryce would be here to give me more examples. So this was also without Bryce's knowledge of things that had happened before I even came in. And so there's definitely I mean, yeah, for sure.
Well, I must say, for all the work we've done, we haven't quite gotten some of them checked off green, totally complete. But I do feel good about the progress.
Yeah, for sure.
Kelsey, can you tell me it's not in our packet, we received the PDF?
It should have been.
It's in the SIRE public access side of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I usually,
If you go into the item, for this item on the agenda, there should be two. It's the second one, the second PDF that's listed.
I went through the, what's the document one that I'm using, and I haven't seen that.
If it helps, I can email it out again, just to make sure. What was that? Email it again?
The first page of it looks like this.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
started
I
out with
got
just
it.
kind of the disclaimer,
Sorry.
again, acknowledging that it wasn't complete in terms of everything that had gone through. So, yeah. Would you like me to email it out though again? Okay. Yeah.
I appreciate the disclaimer at the beginning.
Yeah.
There was one that I looked through and said, oh, actually I put some check marks there, but I still really appreciated that overview. I think that's maybe something that I think it was good to see, and I was one who was pretty disappointed that we only adopted 9 last year. I thought it was and this was very helpful for me to see, because I agree that we probably need to have a little bit more focus. I have some more comments when we get later into the discussion, but I do think that the council was very successful on moving things forward, and things came up in the middle of the year that I thought we handled very well or whatever. But this was a little bit sobering as well, because I think this time last year, as we were discussing this, I thought, hey, we'll just knock all of these out, and it was a little bit sobering to see. There's a lot more work to be done, but I think that's will hopefully help me to be a better goal setter this time around.
Again, I do think it's important to know that like some of the priorities or the desired outcomes probably would take a lot more time. Like you can't compare apples to oranges necessarily. And so I was hesitant to even make graphs comparing the different priorities and categories, but at the same time, it does just show in terms of like each individual desired outcome, some might fall by the wayside a little bit more often than others because other desired outcomes might get a higher priority within the priority. So, yeah.
The other thing is, I was going to say is some of these desired outcomes will take years to achieve, but that doesn't mean that hopefully the council can come in, help study, help set a course, and then it may take years to achieve that, but we don't necessarily have to babysit it all the way through. We can, set the course, let it go, and then focus on something else. So I think we'll be able to check priorities off before all of the outcomes have been achieved, because of the time that it will take to achieve some of those.
Kelsey, can you bring that back up? Show the progress. The one that.
The bar?
That one, bar, yeah. No,
Wait, sorry, I was thinking of the other bars.
Yeah. Did I see a hand over here somewhere?
Oh, I was just gonna say, in response to a question about 3/4 of the way through the year, I actually listed all the things that we've accomplished within each of the priorities. And I have a pretty good list for most of them. And I think just given the fact that you've been fairly new to the council, there are 7 things under budget priorities. There are 5 things under economic development. There are 4 under general plan update, 3 under development approval process, 3 under council compliance. And these don't include the ones that we have already just recently gone through. And I have 5 under housing, and these are things in public engagement, 6. Anyway, so I have quite a list of things we've accomplished. within those. And I noticed that budgeting priorities is low, but if you look at the fact that we established our city council goals in response to citizens' desires at the beginning of the year to give the administration early direction and understanding of goals and priorities. I also have approved increase in utilities to address infrastructure needs, approved decreased funding to subsidies such as the golf course, downtown Provo and Covey Center, approved a budget that was more reflective of funding by programs than in past years. We increased community development fees to better recoup our costs of doing business and decrease citizens' subsidy to development. We created a budget and audit committee, and we met with auditors to learn about the duties of the committee. And those are just off the top of my head. So, I think honestly, I think there's a lot that could be added to each. If you had each council member just jot down the things they were personally involved with, I think this doesn't really reflect exactly what we were able to accomplish throughout the year.
And if council members wanted to send that information just for a more accurate update, I'd be happy to compile that information. If that's something you wanted to do in the future.
I think it would be good to actually reflect, because this will be a public document, it would be good to reflect what we actually accomplished this year. I'll forward this to you right now.
Sounds good. Mr. Hardy.
I agree. I think we should take stock on where we're at, what we've been able to accomplish. I think that's good. I'm not too worried about. I don't want to get defensive over what this shows and doesn't show or whatever. But just as an example, the general plan update. That was a goal or a priority that we set at the beginning of last year. We have not updated the general plan, and I'd say we're actually quite a ways from updating the general plan. But in that process, we identified that we wanted to update Vision 2030, which I think we are quite a ways along on that. So I think we've made great progress. I think we've been very productive, but I think this just helps me at least to recognize, hey, that general plan update isn't going to be a one-year priority. And there may be very important things that have to be accomplished before we can get a quality update to the general plan.
And on that specific item, one of the things that was identified early on was we were looking at, before the general plan update, was this need to align with the vision. And so getting the vision work done allows us then to move into the general plan and align the two.
Yep.
So we're making progress, but we're early in that one.
And I think that we have done quite a bit there too. We requested that the general plan goals be included in the capital improvement plan reports that were not included. We added to the duties of our council executive director to ensure that the general plan implementation steps are reviewed annually. We discussed with the council and the mayor that significant public outreach must be accomplished with the melding of those two plans, the general plan and the Vision 2030. And then also we publicized and attended Vision 2030 open houses citywide. I know that was no small effort on Karen on his part. So I think there was quite a bit more that goes into that one too, even though it, maybe not as much at the effort from the parts, but it's different people who are putting in quite a bit of effort, whether it's staff or council members.
Thank you. So my first question for you as a council, as you look at these 9, do you see something that you think is really important for 2017 that is not represented here in terms of the top priority for the council?
Something to add.
Something to add, yeah.
There is something, and I don't think it rises to the level that it's one of the top priorities, but it is something that I don't want to get forgotten about, and that's the train blocking intersections, and particularly coming to a halt. I think that is a significant issue for people that are impacted by it. And so when I think about things that aren't on here, that's usually the one that comes to mind and it's something that, because of the railroad bureaucracy, is something that can't be solved quickly, but I think with just sustained effort, it's something that we can accomplish pretty. We will be able to accomplish, but it will just.
I would like to step up from that even as just looking at the general transportation plan of Provo and see that's something that I think is something that we should review periodically and just say, are we on track? Are we accomplishing where we want to be? Because the decisions we're going to be making now are going to have a great impact on the future. So I think connectivity, mobility are just something to review.
Is that due in a year? That transportation plan update, is it due in a year or so?
Transportation plan update. Transportation plan update is scheduled for next fiscal year.
Next school year, yeah.
We could advance that, but in the general plan, it's scheduled for next year.
Along Gary's line of thinking, it makes me wonder too if you shouldn't step up just overall safety, or does that make sense? That's one specific.
Transportation safety or just safety?
Overall safety.
Safety.
Public safety. Suppose it can go in either category, but I guess the point is it's really narrowing down to a specific that leaves tons of other public safety issues out.
Making our roads safer is not a bad priority, but I don't know if that's within our purview necessarily, or if there are things that the council can do to do that. We have passed the bicycle plan. I know there have been some issues with bikers being hit and killed in that same area, I think, both of them. And so I don't know if that's a council priority or if that's more administrative, but we have had meetings recently that are concerned.
So along that same vein, Dave, we've heard talk of some kind of pedestrian overpass. And what can we do in that regard? Or is that just on its own fixed course?
Find a boatload of money. It was approved as part of the Tiger Grant application that did fund it, but they had more in the application than funds that were received, and so now it's sifting through that process of which projects get funded and how much funding. And it's undesigned, and so it's a ways off simply. Things got to be designed, funding's got to be solidified, things like that.
So there's nothing that we can do extra.
At some point, we may come up with a funding gap. You know, if the funds provided, say 80% of it, and we can fund the other 20%. But at this point, it's kind of locked in that process.
If you could scroll up to the top of the page that's being presented right now. So just a thought.
Sorry.
Actually up to the top. Yeah, right there. I had to drive the other day and I realized how messed up that mouse is. But you know, we can call them different things.
Sorry.
we can
There we go.
we can call them different things. You know, but I think there's different purposes. So we've got, I believe, 8 core values there, and then I believe we selected 4 overarching goals that really weren't like year to year kind of thing. Just and I think we called them goals. And then we had these priorities, and we took some flack on, well, you know, why isn't public safety your highest priority? And the way that maybe it's terminology, and I still never found I don't have anything to propose on better terminology, but when I look at these priorities, these are concrete things that we'd like to accomplish. Maybe it's not going to be in the calendar year, but I mean, this is something we want to actively work on, that are being guided by these values and guided by these goals, guided by, safety is number 2 on our core values, and I think it was one of the 4 as well. So you know, things like a rewrite of the general plan is something that's fairly specific. It's something that we can check off when, hey, the general plan has been updated. Check. Whereas, the general plan might have effect, the responsible government and business vitality and the sense of community. It may affect these long-range principles and values that we have. And the priorities are more of those concrete things that we say, this is a problem, we've addressed it, now let's move on.
So when I look at those top core values and I'm thinking, gee, is there anything that stands out that I would like to focus on? And I look at business and economic vitality. That's the one that I'm personally most concerned about. I went down to the mall yesterday for a movie and ran into my nephew that has that kind of boutique right by Sears across from the movie theater, Madison. I can't remember the name of it. So they sell clothing and stuff. And he said he's been there 3.5 years and the foot traffic has gone down every year and more stores have left in January, February. And he's just really concerned. And I'm not sure how long he'll stay there when his lease is, but he's concerned that we're not doing anything, or he's not seeing anything that's changing the trend or improving the mall.
Can we scroll to the bottom of that page? I finally found it. There's the goals. So thriving commerce is one of the 4 goals. I guess we did say that they were for last year. But these were kind of the step up from the priorities. The priorities are more concrete things we wanted to check off. These were kind of like safety or thriving commerce, that kind of more of an umbrella of all of the activities that we would engage in would fall under this umbrella, and then the priorities were more specific things.
Well, while that's up on the screen, maybe we should focus on that for a minute. Do those still represent for 2017 kind of the overarching areas that we want to focus on, or does anyone have changes that they would like to propose to those?
I assume those are going to be more long-term and not necessarily just the year when we discussed it, assuming that those were the overarching things that were more long-term.
They look like pretty good overarching themes to me.
I was thinking about safety with the suggestion on safety, and I feel that it would fit under both left-hand goals there. Safety is a part of having a vibrant community as well as a healthy environment. So I don't, nothing comes to mind on it, tweaks I would like to make to those. I think those are really solid goals.
Maybe feel differently? No, maybe we should just relabel that instead of calling it 2016 goals, something like overarching
Long-term goals?
Long-term goals.
Or themes.
Themes. Yeah, I actually like themes better because it's these aren't very measurable. They're just sort of. So how about long-term themes? So you want to figure about that?
We've got values, themes.
Thank you. This is, as it says, that it came from the general plan and Vision 2030. So on the front of Vision 2050, which came from Vision 2030, we have community vision statement. And it has we value, and then it lists faith, individual responsibility, families and individuals, and our environment. And it's just, and we support safe, desirable neighborhoods, a vibrant economy and high quality jobs, fiscally responsible governance, and lifelong education. Now, lifelong education, I think, fits in there because the document is really aimed at the community, not just you. But you really have those 3, but you're saying it in 4 ways. And it would seem to me that the closer these 2 align, the better it is. So in essence, vibrant community and healthy environment is not very different unless somebody's got something specifically that we're looking at. But let me read these again and see if you think these 3 are represented there. Safe, desirable neighborhoods, a vibrant economy and high quality jobs, fiscally responsible governance. It would seem to me that either this should change, or that should change, but the closer these are in alignment, the easier that is moving forward.
Could you remind us how that's phrased? What's the title?
So it's, the very first thing is a community vision statement. The statement just starts with, you can pull it up.
Yeah, I can do that.
That's easier, I think, than me trying to read it. You could just put in the search box, I think. Everybody, it's no fair that we're all watching, is it? I think if you go to, yeah, so right there. So you got an introduction, and then the very first thing is this community vision statement. And under the we support, it's remarkably close, with the exception of education, to what you're articulating, those 4 things.
So it's a vision statement.
I agree. I like to make them align. I think we were looking at this when we came up with those 4. We had talked about, do we try to be overarching? Do we try to be long-term? The values, I believe, came directly out of this document. And so this document itself kind of says things different ways. I mean, the very first thing under the vision statement is kind of that tagline, which is different than our official tagline. Anyway, I like the 4 areas, 4 themes, 4 areas that we have there. Fiscally responsible governance, I think is great, but I think, what do we have there? Is
Just
responsible government, and I think government should be responsible, should be definitely fiscally responsible, but should be responsible in other areas as well. So I like our theme, and so I have no problem, particularly while we're updating Vision 2050 and seeing, like, does it make sense to, maybe we pull some from here, some from there, but get them in alignment. But I actually like the 4 that we selected last year deliberately and in consultation.
So here we have 4 things that we value, 4 things that we support, and then we have the 4 things that we focused on as a council. And one of the things we focused on was the healthy environment. The 4th value there is our environment and natural amenities. So we have basically 3 different lists, values, things we support, and what the council came up with. Depending on what you say is included in different categories, maybe we have all our bases covered, but I like the 4 that we have as a council right now because it specifically does talk about our environment, like our air. We're trying to get diesel emissions or do things that could perhaps clean up the air in the valley. We got to keep that on the burner because it's not going away.
I don't know that one of these is preferred by me, other than saying I'd love to see them be run, and maybe some discussion about, how we get these to be one document. That helps them live on far beyond us.
I think 2050 is still going through this vetting process, and so I think it's best to stick with what we have for now, and then if things change once 2050 is vetted through the public and it's been accepted by the council, then that would be a good time to see if they align or don't align.
And I like that, because my question to the mayor is, what's the timing on finishing up and adopting 2050 or approving it?
I think they're very close. I think a lot of that depends on the council.
So my suggestion then is to maybe have mayor's office and leadership representing council work on how to align those going forward if possible, and then carry it forward when it's finally adopted.
Let me just make one more comment. If it moves it from a council-only objective to city goals and objectives, and I like that a lot. And we're just, I mean, I think we're that close really between those two documents.
That's what I was wondering. I don't see a lot of differences in here,
I
so.
mean, like you'd have to talk about, well, does lifelong education stay here? Or does it come off? And I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference either way. But beyond that, you're really, really close.
Okay, well, we could explore that. See if leadership in the mayor could come up with some kind of a melding at least to propose. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll find something to agree on, but can we at least have that conversation and explore that? Okay with that? Okay.
I think that's fine to have a conversation. And then as far as the interest of time, I don't know if you're wanting to move on, but I see these goals and priorities still in the works. We've made a lot of progress, but I see these in the works. And so I would move that we continue to work on the same ones. If there's something that we decide we want to add later, there's nothing that says we can't. But just to reaffirm our commitment to these same priorities and goals and what we have established. And then if there are changes to be made, bring those back to the council at some point when we have some firm recommendations.
Okay, can I make a suggestion related to that? If there is a council member that feels strongly that there's a priority that's missing from that list, could you come to us with a specific proposal? Otherwise, we'll assume that those nine cover it. Does that make sense?
Can we pull it up? I guess I was, sorry, just the nine. I was hopeful that maybe we could trim it.
Well, yeah, I'll get to that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just covering the idea of, is there anything that's really important that's not covered here? We tossed out a couple of ideas, but they weren't really fleshed out. So I guess what I would ask as a homework assignment is if you go home today looking at this and you think, gosh, there's a priority that's really important to me, probably my top priority or maybe in my top two priorities, and I want the whole council to consider it, then could you kind of flesh it out a little bit and bring that back to us? Does that make sense?
It is not listed on here?
It's not, yeah. In other words, if you feel like there's something missing, something we need to add to our council priorities for 2017.
This is a small thing, but I'm pretty sure housing and budget priorities are flipped.
All right.
The description.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I was just struggling with that.
Yeah. Good catch. Oh, and by the way, I don't know that we officially recognize that you joined us a little bit ago.
Thank you.
It's good to have you.
Sorry, it was like.
Good to have you with us. Okay, so on to the idea of trimming, or possibility of trimming. Let's explore that for just a couple minutes. We've got a few more minutes on this item. I actually like looking at the bar chart a little better. Can you bring that back up again? So let me just throw out one as a possibility. So as an example, development approval process. I think that's been a great process. We have made a lot of progress, but there's still a lot more to do on implementation. We have a meeting scheduled for next Thursday. I believe we will have some more meetings and follow up with some of the ideas that have come up with. But does that still need to be in our top priorities, or are there a few of these that we could say we're still working on these, but they don't need to be in our top whatever?
So I think you could say development approval processes and ad hoc, where we dug down deep and looked at it, came up with the results, the suggestions, and we did notice that developers that came in were concerned about the changes that happened after approval, and some of them were reluctant to talk about it because they have to keep working with everybody. And so I don't know if there's a better way to get feedback, anonymous feedback or whatever, but we made a really good effort. And what I'm hoping is that we can finish it up this year. But before we finish, I would like to see us look at the process a little bit differently. So we looked at it from how does this affect the developer, his costs, his time, his frustration, and whether he likes to do business in Provo. But I think we also need to look carefully at what is the outcome for the neighborhood. And I thought a quick review, at least in one example of what went on with Osprey and our level of neighborhood satisfaction and how we can try to make sure that in the future, if we give expectations or promises or perceived promises to the neighbors, that we follow through on those and that we don't have a train wreck like we did we had to fix. Just small things like that, but it as much as I want the development community to feel good about developing in Provo, I want the communities that are developing to feel good about what happened in the neighborhood. And if we don't have the public happy with our processes and the results, then I think we're failing.
Thank you. And I certainly don't mean to suggest that we were finished with that one. But we could be this year, or maybe early this year possibly. Or we can be. Another one possibly is public engagement. I think we made a lot of really good progress there. I know at least one other thing that I would like to see happen, so I don't feel like it's done. So I guess the question, the question I'm throwing out is, do you want to just keep these the way we have them until we feel like they're done? Or do you want to trim some of them out and say we're still working on these, but they're not our top area of focus?
For the purpose of discussion, I move that we maintain the current priorities.
Okay, we have a motion for purposes of discussion.
Until we feel as a council we've completed them.
Okay, motion by Mr. Stewart.
I made a motion earlier, so if you want to do it.
Oh, okay, could you clarify your motion?
Motion was to accept the priorities as they were, as we have them now. And if their council members feel like they want to make any changes, whether that they can come back with those recommendations to the council at a future date. So,
okay.
That was what I mean. I had to read that, but that was the initial way.
Thank you. I apologize. Is there a discussion on the motion?
Yes, I think it partly aligns with the motion. Rather than selecting calendar year priorities, I wonder if there's value in paring it down and having just 4 or 5 actively engaged on priorities. Something that maybe we talk about, every work meeting, just a status update. What was done on this? What was done on this? What was done? I mean, just really active priorities. And then as soon as it's knocked off, or as soon as it's to the point where it can kind of coast on its own, then it gets moved off of our active list, and we look at bringing another one on. I think the zoning compliance, should be one of those active ones. Development approval process, I think we're getting close, but I still think that's probably an active one. General plan update, I think we could not forget about it, but just pull it off of the active list. So there it is, and as soon as we're done with the Vision 2050 document update, now that's ready to be dropped into an active priority. But we pull that one off. Structured policy, I actually think that what I'm proposing is a way to structure our policy, but that's probably something that could be, put into the backup, the back burner kind of thing. So I mean, I kind of agree with the proposal, which is, rather than looking at it as, rather than making a decision now, what we're gonna do for the rest of the year, just as things come up, then we make the changes to it as necessary, which I think was kind of part of the motion.
So this would essentially be our active priorities right here. These nine.
I personally think we should trim it down. I mean, I think I gave at least 2 examples of things that I think could go onto the back burner for the time being, but still things that we'll work on as our time and availability opens up, or as prerequisites like redoing the Vision 2050 is done. Then come back on.
I feel like general plan update is active until we do get that complete. And then we can take it off. And then I feel like structured policy, we've done a lot on the council handbook side of things. But one of our goals with structured policy was to have a one-stop shop for information on our own website. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're kind of moving in that direction, but I think there's probably still some work for. And I think having that be a priority helps staff know that it's still a priority. And so I would hate to see some of these things come off because I don't know that it'll remain staff priority if they're not on the wall and it's not in their visual. It's, you know what I mean? I think they put those up there for a reason. And so I think when they're done, let's take them off. But until they're done, in my mind, they're active. And whether we're working on them personally or somebody's working on them, at least they're getting the attention and hopefully completed.
I think there's one thing that the exercise that we went through at the beginning of this discussion where we showed you the, what's been accomplished, what hasn't, the documents received. I think it's illustrative of the length of time it takes to accomplish these major areas. And so I tend to think of the terms that you're in. You have, as a council, generally a 2-year cycle together. And so in some ways, I see this as a multi-year goal that you set at the beginning of your term, like you did last year, and you keep working on them all the way through. And really at the end of it, you see where you need to keep and do. But I do think if you take some of these down, when they're incomplete, they will get lost just because other priorities will come up. And as you can see, one of the reasons we didn't get through everything is because a lot of stuff comes up day to day, month to month, year to year. And I think having them highlighted still until you're satisfied as a group that item can come off, it's worth keeping as long as it's still a priority. And finishing has to be an important part of that priority.
I don't have a strong feeling about this. I have a little bit of bias toward a smaller number of priorities just to focus better, but I do like this concept of these are priorities that we came up with the same group at the beginning of our 2-year time together. I'm very open to the idea of keeping those as is until checked off. George, did you have a comment?
I was second again what Son Arrow said. Basically, and I'd like us to have to keep what we have. I'm really making things for council. And there's no reason to drop it. It's not going to help or hurt. It could hurt. I don't think it's going to help anything. It could hurt. When the priorities might slip into oblivion. I support the motion.
So another way to look at this, and I apologize, I did not explain it very well, so this is another, but keep all 9, here's our 9 priorities, and here we're gonna highlight 4 of them that we're going to talk about at least monthly. And we're gonna put more focus on these 4 items, or these 5 items, or whatever we select. So the others haven't dropped off, they're not lost to oblivion. There's just a little bit more concerted effort on the ones that are actively moving forward. Because there are some that I felt like got lost already because we have 9. I felt like there were some that for months we didn't work on, which I think is okay, but maybe just highlighting a few that
that are most active, and then when they're completed, then we highlight another one. But I'll support the motion if that's the direction everyone wants to go. I just think focusing on less than 9 might be helpful.
Okay, Mr. Connect, and then I feel like we're kind of waited to decide. I'd like to hear if either of you have a comment too. Go ahead, Mr. Connect.
So, in regards to highlighting and focusing, I think some of these you'll see more progress and more attention if we know for sure who's working on them. Some of them are in the hands of city departments, like economic development largely, and zoning compliance. We're working together on that, but we're also looking at forming a committee. If you have a committee that's meeting regularly and working actively on solving this, you will see some progress. The West Side Committee got a late start, but we are seeing progress. And if we hadn't formed the committee, we wouldn't have any progress. The Housing Committee, we met, recapped what we did last year, and looked at a few issues that we want to start addressing in this new year. The people on that committee have been happy to keep coming and feel like we're making a contribution and learning. And so that's an active committee that's making progress, and the people feel useful on there. And it's good to have different voices being heard. So when you come to highlighting things, it's the best way to get it done is to make sure somebody's working on it, and that's all I'm gonna say. And I agree with that. I think that as we look at council priorities, if we as a council person it's our highest priority, it's up to us to be able to start bringing that to the council and talking up and making sure that we're following up. And so I don't mind having everything on there. And if it's something that I really feel is important, I will follow up on that. I will see that we are being active, that something is happening. Otherwise, it will go down on my priority list if I don't have as great an interest in it.
Mr. Member, do you have anything to add? Put you on the spot here.
No, that's fine.
I think the priorities are good to continue. My probably question is, are we defined enough on how we take these priorities off the list? I don't know that. And we've tried to do that. We've accomplished them, and we've got a lot of those areas being overlooked. I think that evolves, and as we check, there's probably more that we can check as we check them up to where I don't know if these priorities are leave. And do they need to leave? I don't know. But I think we could be a little more clear on if they're going to be our priority and we want them to leave because we want to accomplish something that we've done, then I think we need to clarify that a little bit in our process. And that probably serves with the committees too a little bit. And we're going to talk about committees in a minute, but it applies here because we have formed committees to solve some of these and attack some of these priorities. But I'm not sure there was a good definition on some of those committees, whether they're ad hoc, whether they're just a continual, as long as it's a priority, that committee is going to continue the process. I want to try to get done with this. So I'm probably all right with the priorities. I just like a little more focus on how do we get them off the list? Or how do we accomplish in a committee what we're supposed to accomplish and dissolve it and move on to something else? That's
Thank you. We could bring that back to a separate discussion, I think. Well, this makes it really easy for me. How many hours did we spend on this process last year? A lot. So if it sounds like most of you are comfortable with just keeping what we have for now, and we could be done with this. Sure. Any other points you'd like to make before we go?
I would be interested in hearing some comments about the safety area. Are we falling short? Are we looking at something that's causing us to to reevaluate our positions.
In reference to overall.
Overall public safety that you were mentioning.
Well, from my worry list, a couple of things jump out at me. One is staffing levels. And the other is just the public safety. This building, which encompasses our public safety. And those are not, both of those are big problems, a lot of problems. I think that there are consistently issues coming up, like body cameras, the masks that you approved a couple of weeks ago. And so by simply stating that public safety is an important priority, it helps encourage fire to come to you when they have needs like the masks, and it gives a hint that you'll be supportive of the right types of things. And so I think you got on a couple of those. By no means are we in a crisis. By no means there's just persistent nagging problems like staffing the building and things like that.
Okay, are we ready to vote? We have recommendations. Are we going to be getting more recommendations like we did with body cameras and with fire trucks and with
Always.
And so those are the things that I wanted to, if there are things
I
that
don't have
we.
specifics today in my mind other than the building, which I think needs to be a topic of discussion. I don't have an answer. I just feel like it needs to be a topic of discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So Gary, are you suggesting we add another priority on public safety somehow?
Well,
Given this?
as I look at those, it can be incorporated into those 4 or 3 or 4 areas that we've already got in place. And so I'm comfortable with that. But I was just curious, when we mentioned safety, that is should be our number 1 priority in my mind. And so as the mayor mentions that, I'm curious as to where we are, where we stand with that and where I'd like to go, where we'd like to go. So yeah,
And we got it in those 4, what do we call them, overarching values?
Goals.
So as
But it was identified as a priority that it's something.
So as I get into this more, as I start to study the safety, if I start to see this, Kay, that, yeah, this is really something that I would really like to follow up on, then it's on me as a council person to bring it back to the council and say, this is where, yeah, this has become important to me.
Okay.
I almost want to make a substitute, but let me just talk about it and see if it's. Right now, we've got 2016 priorities. Would we consider changing that to 2016-2017 priorities? We've kind of talked about how, our term together, and maybe that's something that they kind of become 2-year rather than just because we didn't accomplish them in the first year. But anyway, so that might be a proposal. We could just say that these are now 2016, 2017 priorities. And I wonder, I'm still struggling with the terminology. And I think sometimes when we say priorities, well, isn't public safety our number 1 priority? But I really see these almost as to-dos. And so maybe 2016, 2017 prior projects. Or, I don't know, I'd love it if, or maybe we go with 2016, 2017 priorities, but
I like projects personally.
Or we could come back in 2 weeks with suggested changes on a better term for that. Because I do think that we don't communicate well what we see these as, or at least what I see these as with the public when we call them priorities. But anyway, so I guess I'll make this substitute motion, or not substitute, but amend the motion to make these our 2016, 2017 priorities.
What about just taking the date off? Taking the year off? Priorities or goals, instead of having it dated so that, if it's not completed, we want to, I hope we would complete these priorities. And so the year is less important than the priority being coming accomplished. So I would prefer just to take the date or the year off.
We'll support that.
So I would add that to my motion.
Amending your motion. Second that. Okay. So we'll keep things the way they are. Just take off the 2016 in front of priorities. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We are a little bit behind here, but I'm fudging a little bit because I've been told that we don't have a closed meeting today. That is not requested. So the next item is a discussion on long-term city goals.
Oh, we didn't do the zoning?
Yeah, that's coming after this. The two committee. Let's do together. So this is an exploratory discussion. I'd like to find out how the council feels about it. Let me give you a little background. So last year, we spent a lot of time discussing council priorities, and we spent a little bit more time today following up on that. Every year, the mayor spends a lot of time preparing goals for the administration. I think probably most of those, probably like to think of them as city goals, but some of them are probably more administrative in nature, and some of them require council cooperation. Some of the things that we are calling council priorities, probably most of them, require cooperation from the administration. The zoning compliance is a good example of that. We can fund additional officers, but until the administration really dove in and started helping analyze the problem, how can we improve the process, I'm not sure that we would have gotten very far on that. So here's what I want to throw out. How do you feel about trying to come up with some goals that we recognize and label right from the get-go as being a joint goal of both the council and the administration? These would be things that we know we're going to have to work together on. They're not purely administrative. Things that will require action from both branches of the government and cooperation. So my first question is, how do you feel about that concept? And then I guess we can go into what thoughts you might have on, if you like the idea of what some of those goals might be. And I'm not, this is just a very preliminary kind of seed the thought type discussion. There's been decisions on this today. What do you think? Mr. Hart?
You know, I always have comments. I would actually like to hear, like, what would you envision as an example, just to make it a little more concrete? I'd like to think that, the 9 that we have, we're working in close coordination with the administration already. And that we've taken administrative input, and so I guess that back to kind of the question is, like, what kind of thing would you have in mind, just like to kind of grasp what you're looking for?
Okay, let me throw out 3 things. And these are just ideas. Here's an example of one that we didn't make as a joint goal, but we could have been, and that's the zoning compliance. So originally, we thought of it as a council goal. We came to administration, and we said it's something that's important to us. And I think you even said, Mayor, that that's probably not something we would have focused on if we had made it a priority to come to you. But we have a good administration. They want to be responsive, so they decided to help us with it. But it wasn't something that we sat down together and said, this is important to both of us. How can we accomplish this? Okay, so that's a negative example. Another one is economic development. I feel like the administration pretty much carries the whole load on that. I don't maybe I'm forgetting things, but it seems like we're mostly just responding to requests that come to us on that. And I'm sure that the vast majority of what goes on there needs to be done by the administration, but I just keep getting this nagging feeling that if we were a little bit more strategic in our planning in that area, that maybe the council could help more with that. Maybe some regionally cooperative agreements. We had Orem float that possibility the other day, things like that. So that'd be one example. Another possible example would be something like clean air. again, the administration has done a lot there. We've tried to do some things too, I think, as a council, but a lot of it, I think, is come from the administration sustainability committee. But what if both branches were in lockstep, had a very specific long-term goal that we're trying to reach, and maybe we can engage some surrounding communities to get involved. So, do those examples help?
Yes. So the first two are kind of examples that we're not thinking about, and then the third one is one that you're kind of thinking about for this.
Well, kind of. I would say in economic development, there's probably something in there that I would feel comfortable.
I was, if I could maybe point out, I think where, from my perspective, where you may have sensed us get behind some of your 9 priorities more than others, it's because I think in some cases the council did a really good job of defining a problem. And so where we didn't initially see a zoning enforcement problem, or at least I say personally, the council did a really good job of articulating what that problem was. And that made it much easier for us to engage and try to solve that problem. So another way to look at this is, what are some problems that we perceive as a city that it would be good to have both branches putting their best foot forward on? And so I'll toss one out too to you, and that's the city center. And the problem to me is it's a very old, tired building that is highly non-productive and wastes a lot of resources, both financially and otherwise. I don't have a solution, but if we move, and we're trying to move as an administration to find a solution, but if we find a really elegant solution without the council being involved in it, there's much less likelihood the council will be supportive, and we must have council support if we're going to move something like that forward. So that might be one example of an issue out there where it'd be really good to have us working to see if we can solve that problem.
Mr. Stewart? It seems like what you're proposing is repetitive to Vision 2050, because we're working together with the administration on long-term goals for the city, 2050, there are a lot of them. And I think encompassed in those 2050 goals are the goals we would come up with anyway. I don't know anything in 2050 that isn't there, maybe there's something that isn't there, but I think it's pretty comprehensive. I think, in fact, we are working on goals with the administration, working with them on 2050.
So, 2050, you bring it up. Some of those are visionary. This is how we would like to see the community in the future. And when I think of a 5-year goal, it's something that can't be done quickly. So, given it this longer timeline, and the things that have been with us for years, that are almost plaguing us, like the city center or Good Air, they're going to take a while, and they're going to take cooperation. So they qualify, in my opinion, for the 5 to 10 year time it takes to work together towards a solution. I think the fact that we've come together on the zoning enforcement compliance is a good thing, and that'll take time. It's not going to happen in 1 year. What I wrote down here that has bothered people, and we are kind of working on it, is east-west connectivity. That is not easily achieved. And it's not just one route, 800. We have other roads that 5th North doesn't go through and 2nd North doesn't go through. And are we just going to let it stay that way forever, or are we going to have a plan?
Also, major goals sometimes are just time sensitive. The mall, Academy Square, neither of those projects, Riverwood, none of those would have happened without community support and the council and the administration working together on them. So I think those kind of sometimes occur naturally. An issue comes up and we have to work together on very important issues. Again, neither of those would have been accomplished without cooperation between the 2 branches of government. So, I don't know, we got priorities now and spending a lot of time on setting some more goals other than the priorities that maybe we should just implement rather than plan.
I tend to agree with that when I think of some of the economic development things that we have worked on. We've provided tax increment financing for the city apartments to bring in market rate housing to the downtown. That was something that the administration and the council both felt were really important in getting a better balance in the downtown. With the mix, we provided some reinvestment financing. We also, I think that's what we called it. Anyway, and then also allowed 20% residential. We changed it to mixed use for the mall so that they can have a little more sort of vibrant, kind of changing with the times. I feel like we've, as a council, we've done legislatively what we could do to help the administration when they've come to us with economic development goals. It really has fallen to their purview to kind of beat the bushes to bring in retail and to do those things. And as a council, I feel like we have worked with the administration to, in our purview, to try to help some of those things happen. So we're kind of with Mr. Stewart, I feel like, you know, we have goals in the community to come up with. Let's look at those, let's see, and, you know, our committees from the community, and work on those and work on our priorities. I do think there can be better coordination on some things. You mentioned clean air and the clean air toolkit. It would have been good to have the discussion as a council on the clean air toolkit, because it was released as the city's clean air toolkit plan. Those kinds of things would be better coordinated, I think. Would have better support and response if there was proper, you know, vetting with the council before it was released. Those kinds of things I think we can definitely work together on. But I think, like you said, they come up one at a time. It's not like I don't see things that I could actually pinpoint. I was kind of with Mr. Harding on that one. I was like, what does that look like? When you look at the priorities we're already working on, when you look at the goals in 2030 that is going to be 2050 with the master plan, and kind of melding those two together, I have a hard time thinking that we need another set of goals to be focused on.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to spread us too thin. But when you're 25 or 30 and just getting started, and someone says, you need to think about your retirement. Well, I got the baby and I've got all the other things. There are some long-term things I think we ought to consider. And so I'm open to the discussion so that we can have it at least on the radar.
But I think part of the process we just went through, we were trying to say 16 priorities, 17 priorities, and we took the date off. Because they are priorities to look at. I think that's kind of long-term too, and I'm probably ready to add another 4 or 5 goals. I'm quite frankly confused. We wanted to cut our priorities down, at least Dave mentioned that, like focus, but now we kept them. If some of those things are that important that we want to make them a priority for the next 5 years, then they ought to be one of our priorities in our priorities for the next 2 years. I don't know how you can say, okay, I'm going to work on our 1-year priority now, and then our 5-year priorities, I put this. I don't know. I think we got to focus it a little bit better. And maybe some of those things, maybe we need to look at our 9 priorities and see, okay, do they fit in those categories? If they do, then let's incorporate them, let's do it. But to add another 6, I'll agree with it.
I just think it's a matter of attitude. The most part is if we get together, if we see an opportunity, that we're open to discussion, whether it be from a council member or from the administration. We say, this is something that we see, there's an opportunity, there's something that we believe in. And just have an open attitude towards it, rather than just say, no, we're focusing on this. I think it's a matter of just being available.
Okay.
Mr. Stewart, the administration's been good in close meetings to do that, saying we don't want to move ahead unless we have some, this council majority or super majority supporting this issue. So I appreciate the way it's been done in the past year. Anyway.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sensing a great deal of enthusiasm here for this concept. I will just make a couple of last comments just for you to be thinking about, just kind of chew on a little bit. So I see this, what I'm talking about is a little bit different in 2 ways. The goals that we've talked about so far typically either started as council priorities and administrations helped us with them, or they came from the administration and it came to us and we did our part. We did the part that was within our purview. And so there has been good cooperation in that way, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about something fundamentally different here, and it would be a very small number, maybe even just one, or maybe two. Really important goals that we think are going to be longer than we can do in our terms. I just picked 5 years as an example, but one or two really big things that we really need to kind of set a vision on together and get the wheels in motion, something that would span several terms. And then in answering Mr. Stewart's comment, the difference I see between what I'm proposing or suggesting and Vision 2050 is Vision 2050 is a vision statement. It's 34 years in the future. I'm talking about something that is long-term but close enough that we can have a specific, measurable, big goal that we can work on together. So it's pretty obvious that there's not interest in continuing this for now, but
For me, that you just mentioned what is my big, it's sort of literally, I have it already on the priority list of my long-range goals for the city of Provo, because in my mind, the biggest issue we face is then bigger than economic development.
thank you. All right, and if we, any other comments on that? We move on to the next item. Okay, so now we have our 2 items. We're actually backing up to number 6, which is discussion on forming a zoning committee. And this, did I send you the document that had the different committees and the mission statements? If you have it, you can pull it up, because I saw that there was a proposed mission statement already for this. That's maybe what I wanted to bring in. So I think, Ms. Santiago, you're the one that broached the subject. Do you want to tell us what you had in mind with the committee?
Yeah, so the vision statement we prepared was along the lines of forming a committee to take into consideration the recommendations from both our administration through community development and through our citizens that Hannah Peterson that reported to us, taking in those considerations, recommendations, and then coming back to the council with a recommendation for how to move forward on those zoning recommendations.
Okay. You had expressed interest in being on the committee, and I sort of suggested or questioned around to see if you're interested in being the chair. And Mr. Knipp, did you express interest also? Is there anyone else that is interested in being on that committee? George? Okay. All right, I think we've maxed out our committee members. So what's the title for the committee? The 2 things we need are title, mission statement, and members of the committee, and who the chair is.
I don't know what we need to fancy name. It was basically just to take recommendations from the administration to assist in.
So the name would be the zoning compliance committee?
I don't know, is that, rub you wrong?
No.
I don't know that the name is very important. Well, we don't enforce, so, but yeah. Zoning committee, that works too.
That works, okay.
Zoning committee.
That sounds softer.
That's a kind of.
Okay, so if we can just find the mission statement, I have it in my email somewhere.
You found it?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, she's putting that up. There's actually one other thing that is supposed to be defined by every committee, which is its status as ad hoc or ongoing. I don't know what the intent was. It sounded to me like what Sure, what Councilmember Santiago just said about the mission statement is that this is envisioned as only being ad hoc, but once the list is processed and recommended to the council, the job is over. If that's not the intent, I would recommend making changes to the mission statement to account for that.
That's how I had envisioned it, but I'm guessing this problem doesn't go away very quickly, so I'll go into the discussion with the council. But that's how I had envisioned it. We just look at those recommendations that have been made, and in order to move things forward, expeditiously. That's what I envisioned doing, and then the committee would be dissolved.
That sounds like an ad hoc committee to me. There's no time limit on that. It could be 2, 3, 4 years.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hardy?
I think there's also value in having a very specific purpose. Maybe it is accomplished in 3 months or whatever. And then as we continue on with our goal of improving zoning compliance, then if another need comes up, you just reconstitute.
I was actually looking for a revised version of this document. I may not have seen that.
You sent it to me. Is that the right one, Kelsey?
It replaces some of those columns in the right.
Right.
And makes room for a mission statement.
Scroll down further.
Oh, wait. No, this is the right one.
Yeah.
Just go down a little further.
Okay.
Okay, so mission statement. Now go down to the very bottom. I added the zoning committee with the mission statement that I had seen in the very latest version of this that I did forget to send you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
So, does somebody else have that? The proposed mission statement of this?
When was it?
Was this?
Which one?
Yeah. I'll read it. Sorry.
This is the one that is in the materials. I don't know if that's.
That's it. That's
Oh,
it.
sorry. Hold that up.
That's all we need.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion about this? Are you ready to vote, Mr. Sharkey?
To me, anything that we've got up there that relates to our long-term goals or to our goals probably doesn't need the word ad hoc. They effectively would operate as a standing committee until such time as you change it. To me, ad hoc is where you pick something up and you're going to run with it for three months or something, and then it's done.
Well, standing basically means forever until abolished. So if we are envisioning that in some time frame that these recommendations will be reviewed and acted on, then I think it should be ad hoc. That doesn't imply that it will be a short amount of time. Unless the intent is to have this continue on even after these recommendations are acted.
These are what the original intent. So I think ad hoc works at the beginning. We can always, like Mr. Hardy said, we can always move it to
Can I just throw in my support behind calling it the zoning compliance committee? I think zoning itself, not leaving off compliance, is this a committee that's going to recommend new zoning ordinances and
rezoning?
Or rezoning? Are they going to come up with new zoning designations? I think zoning compliance committee, basically reading the mission statement, I think it's more descriptive and better.
Okay. Sandra, okay.
That's great. Yeah.
All right, so we have designation, we have names, zoning compliance. Oh, and the ad hoc doesn't need to be in the name, it's just it's an attribute of the committee. Mr. Parker.
This is Brian's fault, so I'm gonna just try a curveball and see if you're interested in it. The short-term dwelling license to me is screaming and a little bit on fire. I don't know if you're willing to make that part of your review on this, but to me, this is one, if we don't get out in front of it, it's going to cause large problems. And so I don't know if you're willing to consider including that in the mission statement, but if not here, is there someplace else that's going to be looked at by the council?
I'm trying to remember, I think short-term rental licenses was one of the things on the list.
Maybe that's how we saw this, put it on the list.
Right, as we said, if it's on the Good Neighbor Team recommendation list, and I think it might be. I know at least we talked about defining visitors. I think there might also be an item that says short-term.
I don't remember specifically, but it would seem that this is the right committee to handle this, and timing is really, state legislature may solve it for us, but hopefully they'll leave it up to us some leeway in which we can work. It may even be wise to have a statement from the council administration for the legislative session on this.
I think that makes a lot of sense to include it, because it's a short-term problem, but it's the same problem.
And it's
And it's growing.
Yeah.
It's a growing market right now.
I don't see it on here.
Looking through it, see it there.
Okay, the mayor and the proposed committee chair both requested this, so can we have somebody wordsmith that in
Well,
there?
he's just given us a recommendation verbally. So that's a verbal administrative recommendation. I'll take that.
We'll add it to our list.
Okay.
So you don't want to do emergency.
Yeah, and then as long as that still fits in the mission statement. But I think acknowledging it's kind of a separate beast than those other things on our list, so category to some degree.
It's a subset of the zoning compliance, right?
Mr. Hardy?
Just point of clarification, it says to review recommendations received from citizens. Is that envisioned to be just the one developed by citizens and presented to us by Ms. Peterson? Or is that open to other recommendations that have been received from citizens?
I think, I had mostly had in mind Hannah's, but I also think that we would be silly not to engage the other neighborhoods who are having significant issues and having a representative from their neighborhoods give recommendations as well, because they may be affected differently in different areas of the city. And so I envision inviting citizens from different parts of the city that are really affected to be part of this committee. And we can do that, I think, under our rules, we can invite as many citizens as we want. I'm not sure how that would look, but that would be my first recommendation, is that we invite them to participate in the committee. Because they're the main person that's working, not working. So.
I've received in the past an email of a compilation of recommendations that could help us address zoning compliance that I don't know if we've acted on that might be. I mean, I think wherever the good ideas come from, I hope that it's there.
Yeah, and if you have if you forward those to me in case I wasn't copied on those, that would be good.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay,
I guess to complete, would you want the mission statement to be revised to state your recommendations solicited from citizens kind of those targeted areas, or do you want the mission statement to be included as a district?
I think the mayor said he was going to include that in the recommendations, so then it will automatically fall within the purview of this mission statement.
I think what you're saying is received, meaning received to date. Is that what you're saying? Because that makes it sound like what we've received already. Reviewed, solicited from.
I've received some requests recently that would not be in the targeted area. So I would like to make sure that some of those things are discussed also.
Just take the received out and just say review recommendations from citizens.
Yeah,
There's
from
no time
citizens, good.
qualifier.
Yes.
Well, let me just, to use the mayor's phrase, so I apologize for this curveball, but, and I just raised this for a question. I don't know what your thought on it is, but the Hannah Peterson's recommendations have already been heard by the council and the administration. There was a formal vote to incorporate them into the administration's recommendations. A new spreadsheet with the recommendations was just sent out by Carrie Walls today that does incorporate all of those in it. So the question is, does this committee want to hear proposals from citizens first, or should proposals from citizens first go to the administration and be screened by the Good Neighbor team and then come to the committee after that process is gone through? I don't know what the answer is. that might be worth thinking about.
I think as a member of the council committee, I'd like to hear from the citizens directly.
I don't know that we even want to be a filter, but I will tell you this, that I think both in our case and in Hannah's case, those recommendations came after months and months of refining. And I'd hate to have just a constant distraction, keep pushing those down. Does that make sense? So as long as you can maybe stay maybe at the top of the list and the others keep coming in as you're going. But there has been almost a year's worth of filtering to get, and I know Hannah, I don't know how long, I know Hannah's put an equal amount of work into trying to get them refined and possible and doable.
I know there are a couple of neighborhoods who have over decades kind of collected similar, and I find that there's similar themes within those neighborhoods that we want to be selective, but I think that we're going to get kind of same recommendations or same similar issues. I've heard like, wow, this is happening in a neighborhood, it's never happened in another neighborhood. I'm not really hearing that. I'm just hearing same problems in different neighborhoods. And so I think I don't see there being a lot of distractions. I think only what we'll hear will be help. Like maybe you could add this. From my experience, we've seen this. Maybe you could add that because they happen to have maybe a little different scenario in their neighborhood than the other. But in general, the general themes are the same. But I think we will get some of those little additions that would be only help. So
If we could implement the recommendation committee, we're going to be 95% there. I mean, they're incredible. So I don't think there's going to be much to add. I think it covers almost everything I've ever thought of. You cover things I never thought of.
Compliment.
Okay, we are quite a bit behind schedule now. We do have a couple more items. Is there any other brief comments before we? Well, I guess we need to entertain your committee, right? So, the motion to create the committee with that mission statement, that title, ad hoc, with Kim Santiago as the chair, and with members being 3 of you. Yes. Dave Knapp, George Stewart.
So with that discussion, is it only council members that are the committee, or are we going to
Up to them to invite, they can invite.
you can invite as many citizens as
And I think community development and zoning Carrie are very critical to that discussion.
Right.
We have what they've suggested, they just want us to implement it. I think their suggestions have been heard, and my feeling the committee is to implement, suggest to the administration and to the council things that needed to be done to implement the suggestions they made us.
And those were, the way I accepted those were suggestions. Which ones would you like us to implement? Not necessarily we're going to implement all of them. Well, and I think that's something.
we don't need a committee then. It's done, let's vote. No, but I think there will be some, there will be some staging, there will be some things that'll be really important to do. And then in the last meeting, Gary McGinn said, of all of the zoning things, the only thing that's really gonna work is parking, if you handle parking. And so I mean, there are some other ideas that will come in, and I think this committee can vet those and decide what's going to have the biggest impact the quickest, and those kinds of things. Right. We can vet that all out and figure it out.
Some of them need work.
What's that?
Some of the suggestions need work. We didn't want to go down a path until it was like the council was interested, but once accepted, there's a lot of work behind implementing those and decisions that need to be made about the implementation.
So do you have a suggestion for a community development liaison that we could?
Well, I think it would
relate
always
to
be good to have Carrie there, because she'll also be able to bring the knowledge of what was behind the recommendation and what we considered. You may say, well, we want to do it this way, and not know that we've considered one way or another on it. And Carrie will be able to bring that. I don't know what Brian's bandwidth is, but Brian.
Well, I think it'd be good for me to be involved as needed, although one of the proposals, and the one that we've already started taking steps to implement, is the expansion of legal staff. And my proposal would be As his supervisor, assuming that takes place, I think as his supervisor, my first task to him is take this list, analyze it, figure out what you need on this list in order to do your job, and go talk to the committee about what you need first and why.
Yeah, that he would then also be a resource to the committee as you're ready to move it to legislation, to get that legislation ready.
That's great.
Very good. So we have a motion from Mr. Connect. I've already forgotten, was there a second? There's a second from Mr. Stewart. Further discussion?
No, I was going to second it. I didn't see that if it's second.
Okay. Then all in favor, before we use indicated? Motion carries unanimously. One note for staff, we need to have an ongoing document that captures all this information. I was searching in vain on SIRE to find past mission statements, and they, since this isn't a resolution, they don't seem to be.
I'm not sure that there was a document that had all the mission statements, so we can certainly put that together.
Great, thank you. And the document I sent earlier, I've got a slide that also has a few of those that I was able to find. Okay.
We just add that to the committees, we have a list of committees, right? And members.
That's right.
Oh, that's on the, that's staff, we could work on this one now, for this, there's several different lists, so we could bring.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Next is item number, we're skipping back to number 9, a discussion on 2017 council assignments for boards, committees, and liaisons. Okay, let's go through this list. Now, on those last two, we can take this offline with Mr. Jones, but it wasn't clear to me on the municipal building authority and the stormwater special district, how that change happens.
I just, I'm gonna have to go by lack of institutional knowledge, or plead lack of institutional knowledge. I got your email this morning. I don't have copies of the bylaws, so I'm in the process of tracking those down. I did look at the news article you referenced. I don't remember those ever being done separately, but I'll get back to leadership with an answer to that. And if something needs to be done separately, we'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you. And just for your information, the issue I was wondering about is we've been acting as though it's automatic that the council chair and vice chair fill those positions. But I did see a news article where several years back we actually voted separately on them. And so that got me wondering whether the bylaws say that the chair and the vice chair automatically fill those positions or not. So we just need to investigate that.
It's a good question, so we'll report back to leadership.
Thank you. All right, let's go keep going down. Okay, so now we're into, this was my best recollection or investigation of the way the committees currently stand, with the exception of the one that we just formed. And there were a couple I wasn't sure of, so take a look at this. Are there any of you that want to change the committee you're on, want to withdraw? There's a couple more at the bottom as well.
I'm wondering about the Neighborhood Program Review Committee, where that has kind of, we've got a meeting scheduled next week. Visited with Karen this morning. Louise spent a month pulling stuff together about the neighborhood program and making recommendations. And we're going to go through her recommendations. We're also going to look at some of the recommendations like Roman made last year and put together things of areas of concern that we would like to present in the February zoning neighborhood symposium. And say, these are things that we would like you to give us feedback on and work together with the neighborhood chairs towards resolving any issues that they, we see issues from our side, they see issues from their side. So that's where we are at the moment.
for a variety of reasons, it kind of got put on the back burner. It was really going great guns in the beginning of the year when Mike Malone was just firing off, I want this, 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 and this. Then it all just quieted down and he didn't say anything. I think he'll be engaged again, looking for changes and improvements to the program. And so we will be addressing whatever we brought up previously and whatever he brings up this round. Anything else, Cliff?
And no, except to say that any proposed changes that after going through this committee and then running it past the neighborhood chairs and getting some input from that, then if there's any legislative changes to make or program act changes, we bring it to this body at this kind of meeting. So sometime after February 25th.
We did a pretty big batch of changes last year, and my hope is that in the next 3 to 6 months, we can pretty much wrap this up and maybe be done for a while.
No, I'm ready to move on to the next one.
Okay.
George.
Mr. Are we taking off the policy governance committee? Okay, I think there may be a number of council members in that position. Just my 2 bits. I think a lot of these committees can function just as well with 1 or 2 council members, so please don't feel bashful if you want to lighten up your committee load a little bit.
Do you want us to tell you now, or?
Yeah, we can do it now if you know. So let's go ahead and make that change. So we'll take Mr. Stewart off the Policy Governance Committee. Oh, and I have another request for all committee chairs that don't have a mission statement up here. If you could, in the next couple of weeks, send a proposed mission statement. I have one for the Rules Committee that I will send to Elizabeth in time for the meeting. There's a west side. Let me just say that. Okay, so we're taking Mr. Stewart off as we
Go to home, take it out of read only.
Is there usually a little box that comes up?
Well,
Is there a way to-
save, do as a save as.
Do you have to change the title?
Do as a save as. And then change the title.
Those version 3.
Yeah, make it be heavy. Okay, so Mr. Winterton, I've already got a proposal for the Rules Committee. And Ms. Santiago, could you come up with a proposed mission statement for the Budget Committee? I don't know if you have one.
We do.
Okay, already.
Sure we do.
And so next time I'd like to incorporate all of those. And I guess Mr. Connect, if you could come up with one for the review committee. Any other changes that you'd like to make?
Yes. Drop me off the Rules Committee.
We'll drop Mr. Connect off the Rules Committee. Okay. Any other requested changes on this page? Let's go on to the next. Okay, it's just the housing and the west side. Any requested changes on there? Okay. I guess I would look for motion to approve the changes in committee membership that we, as discussed. Moved by Mr. Knapp, seconded by Mr. Stewart. Any further discussion? All in favor? Mr. Winterton, are you in favor of that?
Yes.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's go down a little further. We have some board and committees for administrative board assignments. Adding to the library board.
That one needs to change to you. The Provo Foundation is the chair.
Says chair. Does that happen automatically, Mr. Jones?
It does, and that one I am sure of, that is in the bylaws, that it's automatically, the mayor and the current chair of the council automatically serve on that board.
I'd suggest we just put council chair there. Would that be? Okay. You're okay to continue, Mr. Harding, as the liaison for library board?
I have not attended a single board meeting. I have also not been invited.
It's probably on me, because I guess it even says there what time and is the meeting, but I'm still willing, but I do feel bad that I've really forgotten that I had that responsibility. So if someone else wants to do it,
Any volunteers?
No, I'm a little bit confused about that. The way, I'd have to go look at the ordinance to be sure, but the way it reads on that chart, it makes it sound as if Mr. Harding's actually a member of the board. Is that right? So if that
ever happened, then.
If that's true, then it would require a recommendation from the mayor and council action to actually appoint a new board member.
So the question is, have we had them on there by tradition
or
by rules?
Right.
If you let me know.
Okay, we'll have to go back and look probably at the minutes and see if we were ever formally appointed.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, we'll defer that one till next time. Okay, let's keep going. Student higher education and young adult advisory board, that's a discussion I'd like to have another time about whether we want to reinstitute that. Airport board, energy board, these are just liaison assignments, they're sort of informal. Anybody want to make a change there? Are you comfortable with the ones you're attending?
The TMAC, often conflicts with the housing meeting, so I end up going to the last half of that. So if there's someone who wants to do that, great. If not, I'll continue to go to what I can, but sometimes those meetings often kind of overlap.
Is there anyone itching to get involved with TMAC?
It's near and dear to my heart, but probably best if I just show up when I can rather than commit to something.
Okay. And maybe the housing could explore addressing.
There's so many community leaders that go to that, so it's hard to choose that one, but yeah.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Winterton, you're on quite a few of those. You okay on all those?
I love them.
You love them, okay. Bring it on. Rocky Advisory Committee, Sustainability Committee, I'll stay with that. Now, the Utah Valley Clean Air Board, I'm just gonna do a caveat on that. I'm trying to get better managing my time. I don't think I'm gonna attend those meetings. So the mayor does a really good job of covering that, and Don Jarvis. I'm happy to be a liaison that doesn't attend the meeting and that talks to Don and the mayor, but if there's somebody that really wants or has the ability to attend those meetings once a month, I'm very willing to.
I could go and be a pain.
So good enough with me on.
All right. I guess we'll leave it as is then. And then the next two, any changes there, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Connect on the CDBG, or do you want to continue?
On this one, no one's informed me, maybe I just need to ask the right question. Are they meeting at a particular time? Do I need to show up at a particular time?
We need to ask
Well, this is what happened.
Go ahead.
We decided to have a council liaison when they go to talk about social services versus non-social services. That one period of time where they have some of the people from the community come, and then they come with recommendations to the council.
Yeah.
So it's a very short period. Is that what you were asking?
Well, yeah, but when are they meeting?
I can give you a calendar of that. Dan Gonzalez is the contact in redevelopment, so I can.
Do it for me also.
Yes, I can give you both information regarding that.
I don't know if Dan is true enough to invite you. So it would be very good to be following the schedule.
Yeah, that one just kind of fell through the cracks.
Has that been related to the redevelopment? I mean, that's just high school as a redevelopment.
Are they currently meeting already? to do that? Because it usually comes around budget time, doesn't it? So I don't know how
We
I.
typically start about now, is it February?
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anything else on the bottom there? Keep going. Oh, Mr. Whittington? you have a comment?
No, we're coming to it right now.
Okay. I thought, let's see, is that current on the ice sheet authority? Back up just a little bit.
Laura Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
She's still, okay. Metropolitan Water Board, which are still covering that, right? Global Housing Authority, let's see, was that?
That's by resolution.
Okay, and that was repeated earlier, I think.
No, that was housing, just regular housing committee. And this is the Provo Housing Authority. It's a 3-year term.
Okay, but that's not the council chair automatically, right? You were specifically.
No, I was specifically put on that.
Right. Keep going.
That's how Provo take me off that already.
Okay, take Mr. Stewart off there. Any other changes?
Anyone else interested in downtown Provo?
I am. I would be interested in getting involved in that.
Okay, so I've been able to go to some of the lunches, but I went to the meeting today at noon, which Brady wasn't there. I thought he would be. I'm surprised.
I spent an hour with Brady the other day, and I think I'd like to talk in our council a little bit more. I think we need to.
We have a board meeting tomorrow morning.
Okay, we need some discussion about roles and things like that.
So you said that it's tomorrow morning.
Careful, you get that executive session.
Where?
It's in the Zions Bank building on the 8th floor.
Do they usually have the lunch or?
It's a morning, it's just 8 o'clock.
Right.
Typically no breakfast, but it's usually the same day, normally the same day as the Lincoln lunch. I think this month it may be different because of the way the weeks fall.
So they have the meeting in that same room where they do the lunch?
No, it's down the hall from that. It's in the boardroom.
So Gary, are you available to make that? You want to go to that tomorrow?
Tomorrow, what time?
8 o'clock.
In the morning? I'm looking to see, but that's something I would like to get involved in.
Would that be the addition or would that be a replacement?
He would, maybe replacement. I've got a lot on my plate. Yeah. Gary, you good with that? And take that on.
If you can't tomorrow, I'll be happy to bring you up to speed and get you ready for next time.
Okay.
Whatever works best.
All right.
I'm available. I'll probably show up when at the board meeting. Boardroom.
It's the boardroom, 8th floor of Zions Bank building.
So you comfortable with that, Mr. Whittington, replacing Mr. Connect coming out of assignment?
Yeah.
Good, let's do that. Yes, Mr.
We're going to the second to last one, the land use task force. One, I'd be very surprised if the task force has bylaws, so I'm not sure where that comes from. Secondly, I think that Matt Taylor, when he was the executive director, I think he went for quite some time. About 2 years ago, I started going whenever I could, and the task force is almost exclusively attorneys. It's basically just city attorneys. And, yeah. So I've been trying to be a part of that task force as much as I can. This last year, they didn't really hold any meetings. They met once and divided into subcommittees to draft legislation and then never met again. But anyway, it's my intent to keep going to that whenever I can. But I don't know if you want to put or designee or put council staff as designated or council attorney, whatever you want to do with that is fine. But I just figured I'd give you that background.
Thank you. What do you think, Mr. Strachan? Do we just change it to council attorney, or do you want to have council executive director or designee?
Go or designee.
Number three.
Where's my name going on that? Trust you guys on the.
Actually, I want to be.
How about, can I switch?
Sure. Okay.
Switch off that? Yeah.
So let's take Mr. Rennerman off of the neighborhood review committee now. That was way.
That was way out.
Okay.
If I'm gonna take that one, I'll.
Sure.
I think you had a motion that appointed though.
Oh, that's right, we'll have to do that motion on that one. Well, some of these probably don't require a motion, but since we'll have to do another motion anyway, we might as well cover the whole thing. Yeah, that one. So I think there was just one left down at the very bottom there. Mr. Stewart, are you still planning on being on the ULCT legislature?
I usually do that by podcast, but if someone else would like to do it, we'll do the meetings, so it's great.
Good luck getting a volunteer for that.
Corey and I are always there.
Yeah, so mayor covers that pretty
Is
much.
it required to be an elected official for that? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, the
LPC?
No. No, no. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are not officials. What's that?
So we have a set amount, we have a set number of, yeah, we have
Voting members.
Yeah, 3 voting members.
I think it's good to have a council member.
I do too.
Maybe if you feel like you can do it, I would do it. I'm not begging for it, but.
You have
If you-
I can't do it.
They do a great job with the podcast, and they can take questions over the podcast. And,
Yeah.
sometimes those people actually get priority.
Yeah.
There's some questions over the podcast.
It's good to be in those meetings. I mean,
Oh,
I
it
did go
is.
up to Salt Lake. It is a little bit onerous to get up there and it's hard to into the whole thing.
I like to
But,
find parking and walking through.
and then, yeah.
Cliff,
And
would
then
you send us
podcasts.
that address so that we can participate in the podcast if we find time?
Oh, find it?
So Mayor, are we using all 3 of our votes then? Do we have a fifth person that's?
I don't know that we have. I can tell you that in my 7 years, there's never been a individual by individual vote. It's nothing that's ever been close enough. It's rare when there's not a near consensus. It's not rare that the town doesn't agree. So I don't feel like this is a disadvantage. A major reason would be informational. There was a policy issue that was important. We don't even have a mechanism to count votes. You have to put your head down on your desk.
Well, it sounds like we've been getting by just fine with the mayor and one council member handling this, but if somebody really wants to do it and has the time, there's an open spot there for person.
Corey?
Yeah, Corey's the other
Mayor Corey
voting
and then
member.
it's council.
So you have info on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're good there.
And I do think you need to let the league know that that's your decision, your choice, because I think they actually make the formal appointment. So I think it should just be sent a letter, there's a form to complete or something, make a change. They regulate who that is.
It does say on their website that
Committee members must be ready, willing, and able to attend weekly meetings during the legislative session, monthly meetings during the interim. Although there's no minimum attendance, it says.
in the policy. So they'll be busy.
And it's every Monday. When is
During the session, so we'll start, first one's local officials day,
Yeah, local
and then it's
officials
the
day.
Monday thereafter.
Yeah, it's every Monday with the exception of President's Day. which nobody gets session on this.
Do you know whether that's the practice is going to be at the business center?
Lunch.
Oh, eggs and issues.
Eggs and issues.
We meet tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, so let me find out tomorrow morning. We meet as a public policy committee tomorrow. So we'll come up with a schedule. And I'll let them know.
Okay, Mr. Cliff, you have a comment?
Yeah, there's one that's not up here yet. I hope it'll be up there, the Agricultural Commission. And I've been going to that, and I'm committed to going to that regardless.
We have a proposed resolution for that. I think you've seen it. How about if we, in leadership, discuss bringing that to the council next time? And then in conjunction with that, we could add that on. Okay. Any other discussion? We're getting short on time here. I entertain a motion to make the change that was made in the neighborhood review committee and the rest of the changes made in the liaison discussion. So moved. Sir, thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren? Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, 7 minutes before 5. Let's see, we've got just one item left. Do you have enough time to do this, Santiago?
Yeah, should be quick.
Yeah, let's go.
So the council's budget and audit committee met on January 4th and discussed the solar and energy committee's recommendation to the council. And just wanted to know, and councils know that the members of that committee support the recommendations that came out of that group. Also, in addition, the committee discussed how to move forward in gaining a better understanding of the city's budget. And members agreed that focusing on one area of the budget at a time would likely be the most effective way to proceed. The committee is interested in first reviewing the water fund. And one of the reasons for doing that is, as a council, we're going to be looking at our 3rd year of the 5-year increase. And just felt like it would be good to look into that, a capital improvement plan. As the mayor has often said, departments at first maybe get a little bit nervous, but then in the end are happy that you actually did it because we understand the need better. I think there's a lot of need there. And as a committee, as a budget committee, we felt like there's a lot of need there, so it seemed like a good department to start with, to do an in-depth review of their fund. I don't know, is there anything else to add to that?
What they're looking at is, we've described a kind of an in-depth budget review that would look at everything from their mandate to their operating cost to the, we talked about adding the fees, being the next round of fee review, being that department. So it would be a comprehensive look at the water department itself, and specifically culinary water, not storm water and the other stuff, but culinary water and their CIP fund and stuff.
Just looking to the council to see if that's something that the council would be comfortable with the budget committee starting with.
So when you say comprehensive review, do you know how much in terms of resources that would take from the administration to do that, or what does that look like?
The thinking is to, it'll be involving Jimmy McKnight. It'll be involving from time to time the management of the water, but most of the ground or the legwork will be handled from our office.
The reason that I can support this is I've had a lot of questions about our increase in water rates, and as a council member, I just want to be able to give an answer back to the citizens that says, yeah, this is where we're at, this is what we've accomplished, this is what we plan on accomplishing with this is part of our 5-year plan. And let people know where we are at in the plan. And I don't want this to be a thing where we're coming in and saying, we're changing in midstream necessarily. It's just a review of where we're at. For me, that's what I'm hoping for, is so I can answer the questions.
I think that's going to be a fairly easy question for us to answer, certainly one that's we deserve. I think we're going to get really nervous if the comprehensiveness goes beyond that. It's like a lot more definition to what that means. And really what we're trying to accomplish.
I think as a committee, we envisioned having Mr. Calder come to that first meeting with the budget committee and just going over the fund, going over capital improvement plan, and just have a back and forth about how things are going, where the state of the department, the state of our infrastructure at this point. I think that even our 5-year plan, I think we probably all agree our 5-year plan takes care of some of the infrastructure issues. If we are able to complete that, that 10-year plan on the 48-inch transmission line, we're already moving towards the reservoirs, but I think that doesn't even really address some of the 90-year-old pipe that's under roads that we're doing overlays on that we don't have the money to replace. So I think really having a full picture and the understanding of the need and how we're moving towards taking care of some of that infrastructure would be really, really valuable. And coming back to the council with any recommendations. That's going to be helpful for me, I know, going into this next budget cycle. And I know I've had constituents say, "Oh, what in the world happened to my water bill?" And I think it's a couple of things. It's having new meters that are actually reading correctly, but it's also the increase in the rates too. And so I just, like Gary, I have confidence that this is necessary, but it's going to be really nice to have an in-depth understanding of what the need is. And that things are getting taken care of as timely as possible.
You just want to pick on you.
Okay, I think they're all for it. Yeah, the only concern I would have is just the comments you're asking for in terms of time. And it sounds like that's a little bit of a minimum. So,
We're really comfortable committing with the invitation to come to the meeting. If the scope goes from that meeting, we'd just like to know and have it be part of that discussion about how the scope's going.
So we go ahead and do that.
So I think what we're looking for is to have council support of the budget and audit committee's proposal to examine this area of the budget and to examine one area at a time, beginning with this water.
Can you define examine? That's where I'm really nervous. What does that mean? What does it mean for my staff's time commitment?
I can't hear you.
What does it mean to examine? What are you looking for from the time?
Well, it
commitment
falls
for my
far
staff?
short, it's gonna fall far short of an audit, obviously. It's something more than having water come into a presentation. It's more like look at the systems, look at, understand what's in the budget and how it works and how it relates to the mission of the department and at the same time.
Could we do that for the council instead of the budget committee?
The ultimate result is to have the report come back to the council, but the budget committee would get the results.
So my concern is that we haven't defined the problem. We're possibly committing large amounts of time. And it's not that I'm afraid to do that. I just like to better understand what we're doing and why we're doing it.
I could probably define a problem. One of them is that as a council member, I voted to increase the water rates for the last 2 years to get a 48-inch line coming out of the canyon. So we have more than one line that's between 60 and 90 years old. And that was a 10-year plan to do that. So we're in year 3 of this 5-year plan of increases. And last year came a proposal to use that money that we've been putting away to take care of some water infrastructure on Dublin Aviation. And that's a concern. That's a problem to me because I feel like the money that I agreed to, these rate increases that I felt like was a necessary thing to get this new line, all of a sudden there was a proposal to move that money somewhere else. And so that's a problem I see. Another problem is we don't have enough reservoir storage. Our tank's completely empty and fill back up again in the summer. We don't have enough storage. We have lines underneath our roads that we can't replace because there's not enough money to replace those. That's a problem to me. There are problems with the fact that we have a capital improvement plan with no financial plan to accomplish some of those things because there's not adequate funding. So for me, the funding that we have provided, I want to make sure that it's actually going where we kind of took, I feel like we took kind of stuck our necks out a little bit, and I want to know that money is going where we thought it was going to go. And so for me, that's a problem if it doesn't go to putting in this transmission line. And we are getting our reservoirs, but we need more reservoir. We don't have enough storage still.
What I would far prefer to do is take every one of those things and come back and report to the council as a whole and give you the answer to all of those things. And that's not a mess, that's something that's containable and that they can do. But you're asking for something without definition or boundary. And we've been there before, and we've put a lot of time and energy into it, not done anything or changed anything from that. I'm resistant to go down that path without better understanding what you want to accomplish.
Well, we have three council members on the budget committee. We are the budget committee, so you have almost half the council on the budget committee. And so it's not like it's a waste of time coming to the budget committee because you're educating 3 council members who have a vested interest in learning more and understanding more about how this works and how these funds are being used. And it's part of our oversight. It's part of our responsibility as a council to have oversight over the funds too. And so
I'm great with all that, and we'll come do that. We would prefer to do it for all 7 of you. Why would we only educate 3?
Well, because I don't know that all 7 have that kind of time to put in. If they have an extra 2 hours each week to put into understanding this better, then we could have all 7 come and we could notice it.
So that's exactly my concern. If this is 2 hours a week, every week, I'm not sure we're game for that.
Well, and 2 hours a week with the committee. We'll bring in Mr. Calder. If you're okay with that, we'll have that discussion. We'll bring in different people who will help us understand. Doesn't mean that we'll have your one staff person there every time we meet, but I'm just saying if you want the entire council there, I guess we could notice it and have the entire council if everybody's amenable to that. But how we've done it in the past is we put committees together of 1 to 3 council members, and then we bring back that information to the entire council and with a recommendation. And I think this is a good year to do it. We're in year 3, and like I said, I'm not the only one that's hearing from my constituents, and I see the need and I feel the need to provide the money for the infrastructure. I also want to know that it's going to that infrastructure, and so I don't see there's.
Which I totally support.
Okay.
You listed 4 or 5 things you'd like to know. I think we can come in a work session and report on those 4 or 5 things. They can spend several hours getting ready for it. You can hear about it as a council in an hour and check that box. But what's making me nervous is I don't know what's beyond that. You haven't told me what's beyond that.
Well, I don't think you can outline exactly what you would like to know, but we can put that together for you. I just don't know exactly what you're.
What I'd like to know is what you would like to know.
And you try to describe it the best we can. So if you have other clarification that you'd like to let us know, then we can try to further clarify what we haven't told you so far.
By the way.
But our effort is to. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, feel free to grab dinner as we're talking here because we're down to a little over 20 minutes.
So I'm trying to avoid massive investments of time and energy that were done before for the budget committee that didn't yield anything. And I'd like you to define more specifically what you would like to accomplish, and then we can figure out the best way to accomplish it. And if the best way is for our team to come to your meeting 12 times, then fine. Or if it's the best way is for the team to come here and report to council, then let's do that.
I would like to have better understanding of massive amounts of time that didn't yield anything too. I would disagree with that statement. So I would like to understand your definition of that.
Review the fees.
And I guess that's a personal call on whether you think it's a waste of time or not. But as our job of fiscal oversight for the city, I don't see it as a waste of time at all. And it's helped me understand things a lot
Define
better.
what you would like to do, and then let us figure out how to do that. But you haven't defined that.
I feel like we defined it. I just need more clarification on what exactly you are looking for. Are you looking for amount of time each week, or amount of time total? Are you looking
No,
about?
what is the problem
Yeah,
that you're trying to solve?
and that's fiscal oversight, and we want to start department by department. And do an in-depth review, and they've done it before, they've done it in the past. This is nothing that they haven't done in the past, and we would like to start with the water department, with the water resources.
At least some of your department's heads have referred to it as benchmarking in the past.
Maybe it would help me if you had a mission statement.
Yeah, I'll work on a scope. I'll work on a scope
I got
of
something this big,
activities.
right?
Yeah.
Do you want to go through all of the expense receipts? Do you want to, what do you want? I don't know what you want.
No, it's not an audit. It's a program review is really what it is. It's to help not only the council understand the department better, but it's also an opportunity for the department to help identify for council where it has needs. And if you do it periodically through, by the time you go through every department in the city will have, at some point, will have had.
And we've done a number of those and they've been great. We've been happy to cooperate. And this doesn't sound like that to me.
Well, that was my intent when I proposed it to go department. In fact, I wanted to look at community development first, or economic development first, and then the budget committee expressed an interest in water, and I thought we could do water.
We're great with that, but
I'll work on a scope. I'll work on a scope
let's
with the
define what you
committee
want
and
to
come
accomplish
back
or
to
what
you.
the problem is, and that'll help us not be so
And it's not, I wouldn't go into it assuming that there's a problem. It's more of part of the responsibility that the council has for oversight and to understand.
Right, but for instance, is the council looking for fraud? Is the council looking for inappropriate use of funds? Is the council looking for wasted funds? What is the council looking for? Because depending upon the answer,
You're assuming that there's a negative implication or negative inference in the willingness to do it. It's not. It's more about understanding how the money is being spent and whether or not it's meeting the mission of the department and such and such. So I'll work on a scope and bring that back to the council and to yourself on that. There's no witch hunt here. It's more about understanding the programs and how can we collectively make them better.
If we had a public works board like the energy board, I think this would be less necessary because I feel like the energy board is performing the function that the budget committee would like to get just better informed. I feel because I've been on the energy board, I'm much more informed than I am as a council member, literally. About what's happening in the energy department because of the meetings and so on. I feel like this would be very helpful. I mean, it's not adversarial at all. In fact, as I said, I would like to see more funding because it's things that need to be done.
I'm not so worried about
it. To the surface.
I'm not so worried about the adversarial nature of it as I am the time commitment of it. That's what's got me worried.
I think we need to work that out where you can feel and they can feel comfortable with the time commitment. I think that's what Smith could do for us.
So, if we were to come back next time with a mission statement, and scoping document, would that include some way of sort of putting an upper bound on time commitment?
That would be my intent. The reality is that we're limited too. We have, we'd be putting about the same staff or maybe more staff than you would on it, and so we're limited in what we can do as well. The intent is to gain understanding, not to find problems. If we find issues, we'll raise them with management and administration to help identify ways to improve things. But I'm not expecting to find any problems. It's about understanding.
So I think that my point is if that's really what it's about, why don't you let us put together a plan to educate the council on what it is they're looking for. And it's probably going to involve some time outside these meetings and ride-alongs, and it's probably going to, because we would love to tackle that assignment. Because you're right, the more the council knows, the more supportive they're going to be. So that's what I'm looking for, is exactly what is it we're trying to accomplish?
Give me 2 weeks to come back to you.
And I would say, I've been on lots of field trips requested by us. I mean, I've seen our water resources, I've seen, I've been up the canyon, I've been inside our tanks at the temple, I think I've seen most, I don't know, I've seen a lot of our water resources. I feel like I have a handle personally on some of those things, and we've been on lots of field trips. But this, I think, is actually, and I'm sorry that you're feeling the negative, because I see this as a real positive. I see this as a real positive to truly understand the need, to truly understand the funds available and where they're going, and how far are we getting in taking care of critical infrastructure, in my mind. And it's also, it's part of our oversight. I don't see this being as negative.
If you would, those three things that you just stated, if you would allow us to prepare a way to give that to you, I'd be very supportive of this.
And I'm fine with Mr. Strachan coming back with a proposal we can talk to the budget committee to and further refine it. But
We do these, the reviews we've done when I was on the Hill, they were partnerships in terms of identifying the programs and seeing how they're going. It wasn't, we never went in with a view of, we're here to find something wrong. It was a view of educating the governor and the legislature and at the same time, sharing of ideas and thoughts and understanding the numbers in such a much deeper level than you can give when you come and do a 30-minute presentation.
I think the last one we did was fire. And that was a partnership. I'm fine with those.
Yeah, that's the intent.
That's not what I'm hearing. That's what I'm defending.
Okay, well, that's the intent.
So Ms. Santiago, Chair of the Budget Committee, just indicated that she would be okay with working with the Budget Committee and the Mayor's office to come up with the more scores and definitions, and then hopefully we can all get on the same page. And my hope is that it's going to be a good thing that we welcome. Okay, so we'll expect to resume this discussion next work session. With that, I believe we've come to the end of our agenda. We've got about 15 minutes for dinner. Those of you who have grabbed one already, would there be any objection to adjourning at this point? If so, we declare the meeting adjourned. On that basis, of our, this is past change of rules.